A very warm welcome to the gathering. I, Antra, on behalf of KRUPACON Group of Institutions, welcome you all to the second day of KRUPACON 2021. I take privilege to welcome all our dignitaries, the management of KRUPACON Group of Institutions, heads of different institutes, and all the students of KGI. Our first day of conference was a grand success with eminent personalities from Pittsburgh, Singapore, Bangalore, and other parts of the world who shed light on the theme of our conference, resuscitation, re-engagement, resilience, and reinvention. Without further delay, let us get started with another day of learning. Our second day is lined up with eminent speakers who I would introduce to you. Dr. Muralidhar Srinivasaya, former Vice-Chancellor, the University of Fiji; Mr. Deepak Bagchi, Senior Manager, Technology Innovation Center, Coforge; Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, Department of IT, BT and S&T, Government of Karnataka; Mr. Chirantan Bhabra, Business Leader, Food and FMCG Division, Udan; Mr. Arvind Kulkarni, VP Analytics, Nirman Healthcare Technologies, Arizona; Dr. Renato Pereira, Professor of General Management, Lisbon, Portugal; Dr. K.N. Gandhi, Senior Nomenclatural Registrar, Harvard University, US; and Mr. Shrikant Sarathi, co-founder, The Core Question, ex-VP Leo Burnett, and Marketing and Creative Services Director at Walt Disney, post which we would also be having a riveting panel discussion. We have amongst us Dr. Muralidhar Srinivasaya, former Vice-Chancellor, the University of Fiji. May I request Ms. Chaitra to present the profile of our guest.
Good afternoon. It is my privilege to present the profile of Dr. Muralidhar Srinivasaya. Dr. Muralidhar did his Bachelor of Science in Physics, Chemistry and Maths from the University of Mysore in India, Master of Science in Mathematics from Karnataka University, Master of Science in Physics from the University of Kiel in England, and did his Doctor of Philosophy in Science Education from Monash University in Australia. Speaking of Dr. Muralidhar's career, he had a distinguished career in education in the South Pacific, spanning over 4 decades as a teacher, researcher, and as senior administrator. His journey began in 1965 as a lecturer and warden at the Vivekananda College, the first tertiary institution to be established in Fiji, and took him to the University of South Pacific, where over a period of 34 years, he became the head of education and psychology and the head of School of Humanities. Dr. Muralidhar was invited to take up the position of Foundation Chair in Education at the University of Fiji in 2006 and was subsequently appointed as Vice Chancellor. As chair of the Teach Mission for the Rotary Club of Bangalore Heritage, Dr. Muralidhar, with the support of his wife Sundari, is engaged in providing teaching support, developing e-learning, promoting literacy, and creating a learning environment in a number of government primary schools in Bangalore North. Dr. Muralidhar has been named as Paul Harris Fellow by the Rotary Foundation of Rotary International. On behalf of KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. And now, we kindly request you to address the gathering.
and all the conference participants. Your conference theme, resuscitation, re-engagement, resilience, and reinvention, hybrid transformation across sectors, is a very relevant topic looking at the present situation we are in, especially in health and education. These two sectors will never be the same again. Having been an educator all my life and having been associated with rural schools in North Bangalore for the past 6 years, I wish to comment on the effect of COVID has had on our educational enterprise. Let us now go to the slides, please.
So would you want me to present the slides for you?
Yeah, if that is okay, yeah.
Sure, sir. Could you just give me a minute while I display the screen?
Certainly. Now, the point is that the topic of my presentation is inequalities in education, how to
Yes,
bridge
sir.
the gap.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. How to bridge the inequalities in education in India, and what lessons can we learn from the pandemic? This is the topic of my presentation. So let us begin by saying that educational inequalities have always existed in India in terms of the school infrastructure, the resources available, teacher quality, and the curriculum that is being followed in different schools. For example, big disparity between rural and urban schools, private and government schools, state board of education versus other boards, and various regional disparities from one state to another. And go to the next one, please. Now, the pandemic has further widened this chasm. That's what I'm saying. Already so many inequalities were there in our system, and the pandemic, which started in March 2020, as I have said there, the vast majority of the country's 26 crore school children have not set foot physically in a school since March 20. Many schools have tried to rely on various forms of distance education. Both teachers and students face the digital hurdle. Many children are left behind in the race. Many teachers are also left behind. Now, the Unified District Information System for Education in India presented a report for 2019 and 20. It was released just about 2 weeks ago on the 1st of July. And according to that report, only 22% of schools in India had internet. And among those, government schools, there were less than 12% had internet. And in Karnataka, over 31 lakh students had no access to any kind of electronic device. Next, please. Now, this is from that UDSA report talking about the how many teachers, what percentage of teachers were qualified in using computers. You can see here that only 15% of government school teachers in India were trained to use and teach using a computer, as opposed to 30% and 31% of teachers in government aided and private schools. So the government schools fare pretty badly. The difference in the share of trained teachers, government and private schools, are more than 30% points in states such as Jharkhand, Goa, and Karnataka. Next one, please. This is the complete table which lists all the different states, the percentage of teachers who were trained using a computer. You can see that some of the states fare very poorly, like Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. Only 3% of teachers in government schools were trained. In Karnataka, you can see on the top, it's about 20%. Not very good. So the table gives you the complete list across about 25 states in India. It paints a very, very sorry picture of the training we have given in computer education for our teachers. Next one, please. In spite of all these difficulties, many students are coping with hurdles in their own way. And many teachers are helping, community people are helping. You can see in the picture on the left, two small children in Uttarakashi. They are huddling themselves under a tree, looking for the connectivity of the internet. And on the right side, there's a boy, Vishal, who is trying to do his homework in a petrol station where his mother is working, cleaning cars. And his teacher told him that I'll put you in my WhatsApp group and send you some lesson notes and all that. But this poor boy had no access to any kind of mobile at all. This picture came in one of the local papers, and on the same evening, some very good individuals reached out to him and offered him 2 mobile phones. He already had one, somebody had given, and he shared the extra ones with his friends. So people are, willing to help, but they have to know the story. Next one, please. Again, another initiative, Andhra Pradesh, village learning centers, where they have established in a particular area, small centers in small communities where children attending the neighborhood schools are brought together to a center. It's called a village learning center, where senior students are helping junior students, and also former students of the schools who are working in different areas in the society, they also come and share their expertise, so that students' time is not wasted sitting at home. Once in a week or twice in a week, they come to this small center set up, and they learn from each other. They also learn from the senior students. They also learn from people in the community. So people are helping in different ways. In spite of the digital deprivation, it's not a barrier to learning. That's what they're trying to show. Next one. Again, another example, resilience amidst the pandemic. On the left, you can see the camels in the Rajasthan desert. What's happening here is the teachers are traveling on camels to reach their students in small villages. Once in a fortnight or once in a month, they go and meet children in small villages, giving them person-to-person coaching, etc., so that they're not left behind on their own for many months. And on the right, you can see some of the initiatives from the government of Karnataka, where they have set up a mentoring system for those students who don't have gadgets and internet connectivity. One teacher is made available to train 15 students, small group teaching, and also meet the parents once a fortnight to give feedback to the parents, and the parents keep a watch during the fortnight, encouraging their children to study and get ready for the next meeting with the teacher. And the Karnataka government has also established what is called a mobile bank. Various mobile banks go to different localities. So what they're doing is they're asking the mobile banks to collect mobile phones from people who want to donate. Used phones, for example, they may have a surplus of phones at home, maybe it's like with a slight crack or something, they're no longer using it. They can donate it to the mobile bank, and the mobile bank can distribute it to the local children. And the government has asked the Rotary clubs and Lion clubs to give a hand in that project. Next one, please. Now, this is another major project which was undertaken by the Rotary clubs in Karnataka and the public TV together. It was a very beautiful project where 25,000 tabs were distributed to class 10 students in government high schools in Karnataka. So approximately 10 crore rupees were gathered, collected by individuals and by Rotary. The idea here is that one tab is given to 2 students in a school. 2 students will share one tab, and the tab contains all the curriculum materials in science, mathematics, English, and all the subjects. And these 2 children who share it, they stay close together in a village. So they share the tab, they go through the curriculum, they answer all the questions. There are a lot of resource materials available there, so that even if they don't attend classes, go to the school in person, all the curriculum materials, enrichment materials are available to them. They can discuss with each other, and then once a fortnight or so, the teacher will go to the village, or they can come to the school and thereby keep in touch with what's happening. So education is continuing even amidst the pandemic. So this is a major project we undertook. As a member of Rotary Heritage NCC, I'm proud to tell you what we have done from our side. Next one, please. Now, UNESCO, as you all know, is a very major institution in the world, international institution under the United Nations, which looks after the educational aspects in various countries of the world. Now, UNESCO has come up with 9 ideas for public action based on the pandemic. So what they are saying is that we cannot return to the world as it was before. The world has changed. The educational scene has changed forever. We cannot go back to where we were. We have to do new things in new ways. And they're calling on all education stakeholders to monitor that education resources are used for the sole purpose of advancing the interests and capabilities of learners. Current crisis is reminding us how crucial public education is in societies, communities, and in individual lives, especially in developing countries. Now let us go to the 9 ideas. Next one, please. First is strengthening commitment to education as a common good. Just like health, public health and public education are closely interconnected, as the pandemic has shown us. And they show that we have to collaborate, we have to maintain solidarity, and we need a collective action, because health and education are so crucial to everybody for the good of the common person. Next one. They're also asking for an expanded understanding of the right to education. Every child, every school goer, university goer has a right to education. And we cannot deprive education from any student, whatever the circumstance. So even in COVID times, we have to make sure that some form of education is delivered to the student and that person is not left idle. Next one, please. Now, people will realize in this time particularly the importance of the teaching profession and the teacher collaboration. Never before has this become so important as it is at this time. Many teachers are also suffering from COVID. Many have lost their lives. They were put into various other duties during the lockdown period, and they are also suffering along with this, their own children, school children. So the importance of the teaching profession and the importance of collaborating with the teachers themselves and the community and the teacher, that is emphasized in this particular aspect. Next one, please. Emphasis on student, youth, and children's participation and their rights. The COVID pandemic has challenged the mental health and well-being of many children, because these children, they don't have any time to play, they're not going to schools. Most of them are remaining at home, and those who don't have access to internet, they have nothing to do, many of them. So this is affecting their mental health as well in many, many ways. And the UNESCO is calling for action in this particular area. How to attend to the children's participation and children's rights to well-being. Next one. Protecting the social space of the school and the transformation of education. Schools are also places where we can encounter other people, not like ourselves, people from different backgrounds, from different state of society. We meet other people from other backgrounds and learn from them. We teach and we learn. So we learn from and with others who expand our understanding of the global tapestry of ways of being human. How to be human is a big understanding COVID is trying to give us in this time. Next one, please. Free and open source technologies for teachers and students. What UNESCO is saying is that we cannot depend on, public education cannot be dependent on digital platforms provided by private companies, because we cannot afford to buy those things. So we have to develop open source technologies which can be used by any teacher, any student, anywhere in the world without paying huge sums of money. And for that, the UNESCO is calling for global collaboration among educators, among IT experts, and among the governments, and among philanthropists, non-profit organizations, to develop and distribute educational resources free of cost to whoever is in need of them. Next one, please. Scientific literacy with a curriculum based on strong purpose. especially in terms of the pandemic and other disasters, scientific literacy is very important, as you know. There are many people who are advocating all kinds of medicines, medications in times of COVID. They prepare all kinds of concoctions and promise villagers that you take this kashayam, you'll be all right, you'll be cured of COVID. So we need to be very careful in trying to understand what is available, what are the vaccines doing to us, what are the various medications people are recommending, how good they are they genuine, etc. That's why we need a scientific temperament, and scientific literacy within the curriculum is very important. And it has to be integrated based on the themes and problems of contemporary society, so that we live in peace with our common humanity on a planet which we all share. Thank you. Next one. The need to protect domestic and international finances of public education. That is, governments and citizens alike should be encouraged to demand strong responses, both in public health and in public education. We have to speak very strongly to our state governments, to the central government, to use finances in a proper manner without wasting them, and support all the initiatives in education and public health. Thank you. Next one. Can you go to the next one, please? Number 9, the previous one. 9, okay. This is the last pointer from the UNESCO. A global solidarity that does not accept current levels of inequality. Now, as we said right in the beginning of this address, there are so many inequalities in education within the countries, between schools, between various countries, and so on. So we are saying that we cannot accept the inequality in education and health, especially. And we are calling for an expanding solidarity, because COVID-19 has shown us the extent to which our societies exploit gender inequalities and power imbalances. So UNESCO is saying that we cannot accept this kind of inequality. We should all come together and fight against it. Next one, please. This slide is from the OECD. They have talked about 3 important lessons, OECD. Lesson 1, education actors should nurture resilient mindsets that value people and processes over classrooms and devices. Very important statement. We have to value people and processes over classrooms and devices. Oh, they are mechanical things, electronic things. But before we value them, we need to value people. Only then we can go to the other classrooms and devices. So it says, commit to embracing the relational nature of learning now and in the future. Pointer number 2, build capacity for people across the system to thrive in context of disruption and change. How do we thrive in these circumstances? Pointer number 3, create opportunities for learners to shape their own educational journey through a shared vision. So there are 3 pointers in lesson 1. Lesson 2, educators need new skills, there's no doubt about that, and knowledge to capitalize on new education priorities and means of delivery. Now, in the present system, teachers only know one mode of delivery, that is going through the classroom, standing in front of the children, using the blackboard. That is what the vast majority of the teachers do, because they don't have any other ways of doing it. So what we are saying here is that we have to give them new skills and knowledge so that they can capitalize on new means of delivery. There are 3 pointers here. First pointer is position educators to be the drivers of their own learning. Everybody must be responsible for his or her own learning. It should not be forced from outside. Pointer number 2, provide educators with tools that are responsive to their specific needs and context. Only then they can use it. It has to be useful in a teacher's context. 3, foster collaborative relationships among educators for triple impact. Collaboration between educators so that they can meet often, they can discuss what is happening in different schools, how I can use the experience of another teacher and so on. Lesson 3, addressing learning gaps now will minimize disruption in students' educational journeys. Pointer number 1, act now to reduce learning gaps and commit for the long term. Embrace holistic and flexible learning interventions that enhance the multiple worlds of the learner. Pointer number 3, rethink and embed evaluation and assessment components to maximize impact. As we all know, evaluation and assessment of learning are extremely important, and they must become an integral part of the learning process, not coming later on after the learning has happened. That's why we talk about assessment for learning instead of assessment of learning. Assessment is a tool to promote learning. Okay, let's go to the next one. Now, at the end of the presentation, I have noted some major challenges which lie ahead of us. The first one here is that school infrastructures need to be upgraded to enable e-learning and teaching. Majority of the schools, as pointed out by the UDC report, they are not geared towards electronic learning or computer education. So the infrastructure has to be improved, where you need classrooms with equipment, computers, proper electrical facilities, electric current should be available. You need Wi-Fi connections, internet facility, uninterrupted electrical supply, etc. And then we have to empower teachers through training and retraining to undertake flexible learning approaches. There are many, many approaches for learning. As you have said in your conference title, hybrid ways of doing. It can be face-to-face teaching. It can be online teaching. Various modes can be formulated according to the particular context. But teachers need to be trained in that. Curriculum needs to be modified. A new look curriculum which should include interdisciplinary studies that includes health, hygiene, and environment. Very important in COVID times. Water, health, sanitation, hygiene, and environment. They're all embedded together in these times. They were important all the time, but now they have become more important. So these need to be a part and parcel of the curriculum at all levels of education, along with the study of people's lives in different parts of the country, how people live, how people go about their daily chores, how they are suffering. We see these images every day on the television, how COVID disrupted the whole society, livelihoods, lives, and so on. So we need to be aware of how people live. As I said before, we need to introduce novel assessment tools to foster higher order thinking skills. Using projects, research, community work, producing portfolios of work of people, rather than simply taking an examination at the end of the year. Different ways of assessing the skills of people, what they have done, how interested we are in our community, our surroundings, etc. So new assessment tools have to be devised, and teachers must become proficient in using them. Now, what is happening during school breaks? Teachers go home, they only come after the break is over. Children go home, they come after 2 weeks. There are long breaks, more than a month. There are term breaks, fortnight, and so on. So what I'm suggesting is that instead of wasting these breaks, we should make use of them for bridging sessions, for computer classes, for example, or for providing workshops and training sessions for teachers and for children, etc., so that the whole time is being used in some useful way. Various bridging sessions can be done. I am also suggesting that we need to open up and set up community digital education resource centers and computer centers in every taluk. There are more than 7,000 taluks in India. So in every taluk, at least in every taluk, if not more, we must have a very good, well-equipped digital library of educational resources for the whole community. It can be used by teachers, students, community people. Anybody can walk in and use it, especially open during weekends when people are free to go and use it, so that people can be educated in aspects of sanitation, health, hygiene, environment, agriculture, in all these areas, water resources, which has become very, very scarce in the modern times. So I'm suggesting that we open up these centers in every taluk, if not more than that. Next one, please. Coming to the conclusion of the address, the way ahead, I'm saying here is that the world is increasingly complex, uncertain, and fragile. COVID has revealed the anxious difficulties that come with that complexity. No country has been safe during the pandemic. An innocent cough and a sneeze can spread COVID to 10 people who are sitting near us. Every country in every continent has been affected by COVID. Even a small country like Fiji, where I spent large part of my life, COVID has not spared even Fiji. But it has shown us that complexity also generates potent dynamism and multiple possibilities. Every community, every society, every country is coming up with different alternatives, showing different possibilities of tackling the pandemic, tackling the problems. COVID-19 crisis has exposed the fact that innovation and creativity are broadly distributed and not the exclusive purview of select well-resourced countries. Every community, every country, every race have their own ways of dealing with these things. It is not the property of selected countries. So we have to learn from, and the responses coming from teachers, students, and communities must be supported. The responses to the pandemic will be different from one place to another, from one context to another, but they must be based on a humanistic vision of education and development and human rights frameworks. Next one, please. There is hope in the midst of Corona. There's a blog site where youth from different countries are contributing different drawings and poems and stories. And there's a small poem from a boy from India. And that will be my last slide. The next one. The pandemic shot us helpless, yet we choose happiness over anxiousness, bringing us with waves over waves, but our minds still dare with hopes. Is it too late to be optimistic? I tell you, we have faced countless of tragic yesterday and to this day. Let us take it as another skyway. Virus, virus, I cry and scream. Moments of perplex and doom. Shall we let this tighten us, or shall we leave it to dust? These trying times are temporary, floating around, just like another memory. Keep your faith stronger, with the Almighty God closer. Darkest days, He protects. Happiest days, He connects. We are placed just in a different time for the workings of something new. Let us design a life with hope and harmony and live each day beautifully and gratefully. This is a poem by a little boy from somewhere in India. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. Thank you for your patience. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to hear from you. And on such an important topic like education, which is and will always remain the prime agenda of everyone's life. So, we have one question from the audience, which is countries like the Norwegian countries or Ireland, students are mostly sent to government schools. But in India, if you ask a parent which school do you want to send your child to, mostly parents do not say a government school. So, how do you feel we can overcome that barrier?
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's why me and my wife, when we came back from Fiji to settle down in Bangalore, we started going to government schools. We wanted to get an idea of how these schools work, what kind of facilities are there, how are teachers doing there, etc. And our experience have been very interesting. Children are children, they are the same wherever they are, whether you go to a government school or a private school. The facilities may be slightly different. Private school may have more computers, they may have better teachers, maybe nicer looking classrooms, carpeted areas, etc. But everything depends on the motivation of the teacher. You can even teach under a tree. For example, Rabindranath Tagore started Shanti Niketan, a university, under a tree. No posh classrooms and all that. So everything depends upon the how teachers are motivated, how they connect with the children. We ourselves, in our experience, we have been going regularly, 5 days in a week, spending a couple of hours, enriching students' ideas in English and mathematics, and also showing to the teachers what they can do with their own students. So what people, as you say, they prefer to send their kids to private schools. They think they will gain more there. But I think we have to really ask governments to spend more and more in equipping government schools, because these are the schools which are close to the children. They don't have to travel very far. It is close to their homes. They can easily reach school within 5 minutes in walking distance. And we must ensure that better facilities are provided. And we have to ensure that the schools become happy schools. Many private organizations, private individuals are helping many government schools to overcome this gap by keeping the school clean, by painting it nicely, providing good toilets for girls and boys, providing facilities for e-learning, and motivating the teachers, etc. So it can be done. It has to be done. So my plea is, please send your children to government schools, because they can offer good quality education. And you have to actually, we have to encourage teachers in government schools. You have to send students there so that they will have all types of children. Mixed environment will be there, not just bright students. Children are bright, please know that. Don't think that children going to government schools are duds. They are very, very bright. And we have seen in our own experience that they can be brought to any level of excellence, provided you give them motivation, encourage them, teach them in the right way. So I have a lot of hope in it. And we have to see that these schools are endowed and enriched with proper facilities, good quality staff. We can do it.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. We are really grateful to have you here, an eminent personality like you talking to us on such an important topic. And on behalf of Krupanidhi Group of Institutions, I would like to present to you a virtual memento, which is a token of our gratitude and appreciation for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
We have amongst us Mr. Deepak Bagchi, Senior Manager, Technology Innovation Center, Coforge, Bengaluru. I would now like to present his profile. Mr. Deepak Bagchi has a 20-plus year of experience in the IT industry and comes with strong capabilities and expertise in defining and implementing machine learning and cognitive analytics for large banks, manufacturing, and insurance organizations. He has worked with numerous CTOs and CIOs of the Fortune 500 organization to define their machine learning and artificial intelligence technology roadmaps. His foundational specialization in computational mathematics and game theory gives him the experience to visualize and shape the future. He has worked extensively with data science, machine learning, and predictive analytics for numerous clients in US, UK, and the APAC region. He is currently working at Coforge. Mr. Deepak focuses on R&D connects with academia, developing artificial intelligence package offerings, deepening solution sets, including building a suite of accelerators and comprehensive platforms to drive differentiated transformation models with current and future artificial intelligence technologies. Mr. Deepak has over 15 plus published papers. Some of his sample papers are also listed at Deepak Kumar Bagchi. Mr. Deepak is currently pursuing his doctorate in data science and artificial intelligence at IIM Kashipur. On behalf of the KGI family, I would like to welcome him, and I would also request him to address the gathering. Yes, sir, the screen is visible.
Thank you. Thank you all, and really I appreciate giving me this opportunity to be part of a group, a big learned group. I heard Dr. Muridhar sir, brilliant. I'm still thinking about the things he talked about, and it's really has a deepening effect. When you think deeply about the impact on education. And COVID has really created a lot of challenges. We have seen these challenges in industry. We see it on a daily basis. I see it on a daily basis, what we have been going through for the last year and a half. And obviously, one of the point, and that was there in the poem also, which Muridhar sir actually showed us, which talks about should we, persist or should we just bring it to dust? So I think that's the emotion, which talks about what we have been trying to do. So my talk will be more from the perspective of what I have been doing. In the introduction, you would have sensed that I work a lot into AI and data analytics space. And what I will try to talk about is what in the supply chain and manufacturing industry, what we have been able to do and trying to bring out, or basically try to face a lot of challenge in the last, year and a half, and what the industry is doing to overcome those particular challenges. And the way forward is basically AI, and that's what we have been seeing, and that's what we have been seeing within our customer base as is. So again, thank you all. Thank you all these organizers, sponsors, and Dr. Prakash, special thanks to him for inviting me and allowing me to speak at this particular excellent forum. So let me get into the talk. So I know that this is second day of the conference, and a lot of people would have already talked about AI, artificial intelligence, augmented intelligence, and I just wanted to give a quick overview of what I see as a definition of maybe AI and augmented. So both are AI basically. If you look at artificial intelligence, short form is AI. If you look at augmented intelligence, that is also AI. And why I'm using the word augmented here is because my topic relates more to the manufacturing and supply chain side. And that's where, a lot of augmented, capability is coming in. And that's why, rather than calling only artificial, there is a separate term, which this industry is also using within that. So I think, AI definition is very common as a management faculties, as a management students, you people would have already heard about this term, talked about this term, industry is talking about it in a big way. But to give you a quick definition, what it is, according to me, any system, anything that is an ability or a capacity to learn. So the first thing is it should be a learning system. And the second is it should be able to solve my problems, the problems that we are facing. Maybe industry, maybe, any domain or any industrial area that we are talking about. Why do we need it? Again, the challenge is we need this to actually perceive, to understand, and let those things act wherever human is facing certain challenges, because there are a lot of places, like for example, this COVID has really hampered a lot of activities that human has been doing efficiently, diligently. But again, due to these type of things which keeps on happening over a period of time, things has to change and somebody else has to take it over. The third thing is, how do we do it? So I'm not getting into too much detail on that, but yes, there are systems to do that. There are certain approaches to do that. And one of the approach which I will definitely like to talk about is we are looking at a lot of cognitive side of it. Now, when I say cognitive, this is where the definition which again these definitions are what I have learned over years. So may not be academically right, but excuse me for that. But when we say cognitive, we look cognitive from a perspective of the human, the senses and understanding. So basically, humans can read. When we talk about cognitive, the very important feature is, can we have systems that can really understand what a person is speaking, what a person is talking about? So language understanding is very important in cognitive. We talk about vision, that is, the way you see certain things, the way you see, the way you identify, the way you understand, certain images, certain pictures, so that also comes under cognitive. So can we have systems that can do that? And I will talk about why we need those systems in the next few slides. We talk about this, the voice, the speech. Can I understand? That when you are talking, are you really talking? You are giving me some suggestions, or you are giving, or you are creating, or giving a complaint to me, or maybe you are just trying to put some kind of idioms in front of me. So those particular things, can I do that? And that will be very much interested and required in these pandemic time again, very much needed if there are automated systems to do that. Can I go back and see a complete, or do a complete understanding of a of certain, maybe a video, maybe which basically as a human I can do it without using any system as such. So those aspects are really becoming very important, due to these times which has come in. For the last year and a half, what we are seeing, as a customer base been shifting for us in the industry. If you look at manufacturing, a lot of impact has been actually going toward creating systems, that can train people, that can educate people in the manufacturing industry. Because the thing is, people sitting at homes, cannot do everything, coming to the office, because the pandemic is stopping them to come to the office. They cannot be at a place where it is required. They cannot be at every place where it is required. So can I have systems which can actually mimic this humans? Mimic, or let's say, I will not say 100%, but can they do 80% of the task that a human is doing intelligently? So those requirements have actually started coming in a lot in this the pandemic era. And that is where we say that a lot of on a new invention, the reinvention kind of thing, or new discoveries kind of thing is starting to happen in this world. Going forward, I don't know. Going forward, AI is everywhere, artificial or augmented, whatever we talk about, across the globe. You can see it in many places. When we look at industry, this circle which you see here is definitely changing. Okay, so right now, if you look at agriculture, you see that in green portion. Okay, so big chunk of AI being used across the world, and it was there for quite long. It's not like it's new in agriculture. There are countries who have been completely working in agriculture space with AI. Automotive and transportation, manufacturing, if you combine few of them, the manufacturing side is again gearing up and doing a lot of things. And specifically in India and other countries, it really need and the push from the AI to bring up again the whole cycle of manufacturing. We all know that, that's been lacking behind due to this pandemic as is. The other areas like, you have healthcare, a big market going forward, money will be getting into this healthcare, and healthcare specifically needs an AI space, and especially in terms of the country where the reach is still bad, where the country where there, people are still struggling to find even a basic healthcare needs. We need to figure out certain ways to get into those areas, and that's where, again, the AI adoption is coming in as this. By country, a very, I love this graph, because if you look at this, there is a very unique thing. In terms of adoption, AI adoption by country, if you look at, that India is much ahead than, even US is competing with us much ahead than UK, and this is a graph which I have been able to collect from multiple sources, multiple places, but I have seen this, because I have worked with customers across the globe. And if you look at the AI adoption, India is pretty ahead, and India is doing pretty good. And if you look from the Indian government perspective also, there has been a lot of push through Niti Aayog and other kind of digital India initiatives and all, which is really pushing, some of these boundaries and try to see if we can really use these new technologies in a large population and across our geography to bring out, certain things from there. Another very interesting graph. This is from McKinsey, and they actually talk about business function areas in which AI has been adopted. I don't know whether it is really readable right now, but let me just quickly go through. So there are certain areas which I wanted to point out on this particular graph, and some of the areas which we talk about here is, if you look at, in any industry per se, there are certain business functions which are available. The service operations, product, offering new things to the customer, marketing. This is the distribution side. There are manufacturing. Again, a lot of industry are into manufacturing. Risk is a very important component. There are human resource is a big area, and if you look at all these areas, each and every sector, whether you talk about high tech, whether you talk about manufacturing, whether you talk about healthcare, they have been investing in AI in all these areas. Now, the question which arises here is, AI always, or any technology per se, when you look at it, there are two views to that particular technology. One is obviously the technical view, where we look at what technologies we need to use, and those comes from people like me who are more adapt to the technology side of it. But there is a very important piece which actually comes from the CEOs, the management, the senior management, the leaderships, who are actually looking into these functions. Okay, let's say a human resource manager, let's say a chief people officer in an organization. Now, how do they view that the AI piece of it? Now, for example, if you look at a simple human resource function in a manufacturing organization, so their challenges, the challenges which a human resource head in a manufacturing will be facing, will be quite different from what an HR person will be, HR head in a bank will be facing, and that's where the challenges differs. But when it comes to solution, when it comes to how do you resolve, or how do you go back and actually leave out or take on those particular challenges, AI is coming into picture, and AI or any kind of automation or technology is really helping them to come and solve those particular challenges. And that's what I've been trying to talk about through this particular slide here. So it's not about technology only. We never talk about technology at the first go. We usually talk about the challenge that we are seeing. Like, for example, Muridhar sir talked about, most of the challenges which education sector is facing today. And this is a big question mark here. One of the things that he talked about is the accessibility to the devices, the accessibility to the internet, the accessibility to the network. It's a big challenge, and that is not only a technology problem. That is also a problem which managers have to think about, with the leaders which have to think about. It can be solved with technology, but technology will always need that particular input, that thought process which comes from the business side, the people who are actually looking at these particular things in their industries. So that's where, when you see this slide, it is basically talking about the business functions, and they have been thinking that yes, there are some technologies which could be augmented intelligence, it could be automation, it could be anything, is actually used, and been helpful in solving their problem. So I picked up a few areas, which we call it as business applications, and tried to put everything into one slide. Sorry, try to put into everything into one slide. So what business applications these the managers are looking at, the people at the leadership level are actually looking at across different functions. This is cross-functional if you look at. So there are things like healthcare. Obviously, when you're thinking about healthcare benefits to your employees, to your the people who are working in your organization. How do you actually make them safe? In the environment when they walk into your office, you have to keep them safe, and when they are outside the office, can I help them, in creating, in keeping them healthy? And that has been going around, and this is becoming really prominent today, because any person getting ill in this pandemic, like in COVID, a lot of people got ill from the offices, right? The challenge is it actually is a cost to the company, and it's a heavy cost to the company, because they have to take care of that particular person, they have to take care of the expenses, they have to take care of the work that particular person is doing. There's a huge cost is associated. Can somehow, and this is the question mark which is always coming back to the HR people, to the people, to the learning communities which are there in the organization, that how can I basically motivate people to be healthy, to avoid certain pieces, to avoid certain risk which they carry. So those type of things, and again, there are a lot of AI solutions. I don't want to get into it, but there are some AI solutions which is coming up. Productivity is always there. Intelligent conversation, communication is a very important area. Again, most of this industry needs that, and those conversation needs to be effective, understandable, and again, a lot of the cognitive technology comes into it. Accounting is one. Proposals, when you go into proposals, there are proposal review, which is basically impacting the top line of your business. Is again a very important area where AI and augmented intelligence is playing an important role. So I will talk about some of these examples maybe in the next few slides. But this is just to give you an overview of where we are seeing AI today and how AI could be useful, or how AI is actually being used by different segment in the industry. Now, when we talk about manufacturing and supply chain, specifically that's a topic which I wanted to discuss. But obviously, these are more generic topic across the industry segment. So three things which is actually pushing in the technology space again. So domain, I told you there are problems which you saw in the last slide. So there are certain problems which we need to solve, which we need to address. And when we are trying to address that kind of problem, there are three things which is helping us to address that particular problem statement that we saw in the last slide as is. So if you look at one of the important thing is obviously data, because now what is happening is, maybe if you take, some managers who are like say 10 years back, or 15 years back, if they are trying to solve a certain problem, there was always a limitation of the information or the data that particular manager had, because they might have only seen a few cases of that particular challenge or a problem, might have heard to few people on that particular challenge or a problem, but they don't know, or they might not know how it has been addressed maybe 2 years back if that has occurred, or maybe what are the other parameter which is actually impacting this particular challenge. So there are a lot of associated information those people were missing maybe 10 years back. But today, if you look at with the advent of information technology, with the advent of a lot of technologies which is there, and I think most of us have been using it in day in day out. We store things, we write down things on computers, we store a lot of information on computer, we have databases, we have Excel sheets which we capture a lot of information today. So that information is growing, and that information, when it is growing, means it is actually not only growing, it is also helping us to interconnect different things together. And then when a manager is faced with a problem today, they can actually look into that particular data, link those data, and come up with the solutions there. And then this is what is really pushing managers to think about using these type of augmented intelligence as we grow. So data is a very important piece. Data about what has been happening across my locally across my local maybe local, maybe national, maybe international, whatever is there. Cloud is another area. I think this now, if you look from a simple your teaching perspective, right, and a lot of cloud-based applications we are doing, whether it is Google, Amazon's, Azure, which is Microsoft feature. So if you look at all those, which is coming in, and what it is actually doing is it is actually making your things accessible across anywhere, any place. So if you have something through cloud, you are able to access that, you are able to work on it, you are able to deal with certain things wherever you are placed, whether you are sitting in your home or an office or any other place, right? And that's where for me and my understanding and what we understand as an industry today is cloud is actually one of the disruptors. It is disrupting most of the business which is happening today across the globe. So it is changing all your business models today. The models are changing itself. People, just to talk about one example. Okay, morning I was reading one nice article where there were entrepreneurs, two entrepreneurs, and they started a small manufacturing unit, and the idea was they will create the bathroom towels, the face towels, those particular things using bamboo. So what they do is they use the bamboo mesh to actually create these kind of products. So their idea was, sorry. So their idea was that let me just put this to silence. So their idea here was they started with they thought, okay, they created it, they did an experiment, a simple experiment, and they first had manufactured basically 110 pieces of that particular the product or SKU, as we call it, and they said that, okay, let us take it to a offline market. So when they went to the offline market, the challenge which they faced is, the offline market was ready to buy. Okay, it's a distribution channel, ready to buy, but the thing is, they all were coming from a certain distributor, and when they went to the distributor said, I will take all 110 from you, that's fine, but it will be on credit. That means I'm not going to pay you now. As your thing sells, then I will pay you back. And then this is the model which is not good for. This was acceptable, readily acceptable, maybe a few years back. But with the new entrepreneurs and new people who are coming into this particular market space, this may not be a good model because they don't have that rolling cash, and there is no way to get cash into the business. So no, so what they did is they actually said, okay, let us not, we will not sell anything offline, and everything will be sold online. And today, within a year, they have a turnover of 12 crores, only selling through, the cloud channel, the Amazons and Flipkarts and other of the world. They don't have any shop, which is basically an offline shop, or they are not going, or their products you won't find it in a shop, which is basically a complete transformation of a business model itself. Earlier in business model, you will have an inventory, you will have a store, you will have multiple things, and then you will be spending on a lot of those things. Even offices, you might not need an office today because you can run this whole business from your home itself. You don't need a separate space for that. So if you look at these, the whole business model, as such, is getting disrupted using cloud, and that is where, a lot of these businesses, which are older businesses, which have been existing for years, is actually now going from the legacy to this cloud environment. And that's where what I'm trying to tell is, cloud is one area which is really a disruption in the market. It is changing the way you do business, the way you are, basically conducting your activities day in, day out. The third is technology, which is more like, there are technology in the area of manufacturing, supply chain, machine learning, deep learning, augmented reality, virtual reality. These are like the terms which have been used and seen, and I've been lucky enough to personally see some of these implementation and where it has been done, which actually is changing a lot of scope and globe into the industry itself. The industry which is dying down can actually go and take a support of these. Coming to the next one, this is a quick slide which actually talks about the value pyramid and how we are using the augmented reality. The AI here basically stands for augmented reality. That's what I wanted to emphasize here, and where it has been impacting. So basically, if you look at the pyramid, the bigger chunk of the work is on the documentation side. And when we talk about documentation side, there are a lot of things in manufacturing industry which is really getting digitized, really getting used or helped, getting a great help from this augmented and AI kind of perspective. For example, if you look at the 3D images and 2D images, and you would have heard about now we can do a 3D printing itself, of certain things. I can go and take pictures of certain equipment in 2D, and then I can club all those 2D images and create a picture out of it, so that a person who is sitting at a remote location doesn't have to go to that particular location. They can take those pictures, combine it, and get a full 3D real view, and can actually look at what are the problem, issues, challenges, and other things, sitting at one location itself. Training is a very big aspect. So I'll talk about a particular example about training. Maybe next slide. Maybe just talk about it. What I have seen and where it has been used. A lot of platforms are there and a lot of things are there, and I have been involved into a few of these implementations, which involves a lot of training aspect in the supply chain and manufacturing area. Operations is again a very big area, and this is again is one of the area which managers are always worried about, and when they look at when the leadership look at something like people are not performing things on time, how do you basically keep track of what they are conversing on, how the communication is going out, if they have an issue, how they are actually putting that in front of the other people. All those aspects, okay, of operations which comes in is actually been handled by a lot of AR VR technology, something like which we are seeing today, in terms of Google Glasses, RealWear. There are a lot of things which are actually been coming in. I'm just using these terms here, but obviously, these have bigger meaning. And the third and the fourth and the most important piece coming to analytics. A lot of things happening. Like one of the implementation is on predictive maintenance, a big area in this. And again, this again comes from the management challenge. The management challenge is, how do I go and do a good customer service? That's a question that every manager faces. The customer service has to be best, and why customer service is to be best is because that gives you a business which is recurring business. You keep on getting recurring business if you get a good service from your organized company from where you have bought a product. So predictive maintenance, is one of the solution which the managers are looking at, where they say that, okay, I have installed an AC in your home, okay, and I can come to your door 2 days before, your AC is actually going to go bad. I can predict that, after 2 days, within 48 hours, your AC is going to go bad. And I will knock on your door and say that, please let me, maybe service it, maybe repair it, or because this is going to go bad, and you will have to face problems maybe for the next few days. So I already know that, and I came in and I can rectify so that you are still seamless to keep on working around. And this has been a reality in most of the, across the globe, even in India. Okay, so we are doing a lot of these type of activities already involved, where, the organizations are already predicting, calling up the customers that, that we feel that these things are going to go bad, and you should be looking into this, and can we send our engineer, and that creates a kind of experience, the kind of, the experience that a customer needs, and that brings in a lot of more business there. Digital twin is another area. I think you people should understand this, and this is a big area, which is again in manufacturing supply chain, where we are actually talking about creating a digital format of any kind of, maybe at a layman's language, it could be a machine, a big machine, and I have a digital image, a simulated view on my laptop, and I can, whatever I do here can always be replicated back to my machine, and I can actually do a repairs, sitting on my laptop, and the machine get repaired, something like that. Okay, so a big concept, a very big concept, where a lot of things are happening across the globe, and again, these things have been pushed much more in the last 1.5 years, because people are struggling to do on site, maintenance, or on site, the kind of interventions. So closing on the last slide, there are some use cases which I believe, is very important, very necessary, and what we are looking at as an industry, into manufacturing and supply chain specifically. So I'll just talk about one example to just close this talk today. So just quickly, just talking about the training piece, because this was really interesting, and again, I was involved into this, and this was a use case or a case where I was working with one of the Thailand government's oil industry, a big industry, oil. It's a government industry. So when we went there, me and one of my team members, we went there to talk to them in terms of what they are looking for AI. So two challenges, which they put, the plant managers and the management team, the leadership, we were having meeting with them, and they had a very two simple ask, basically. The number one is, they were very much concerned about the safety of their own people, the people who are working in that particular plant. Plant is huge, big inside. You can think of, that it's oil industry, and you can think of the equipment which are huge, large, very very large. It's not large, very very large equipments. And there are a lot of places which are where people should not venture into. Any employee should not get into, because those are dangerous area. They've been classified as dangerous area. But as this location is too large, it was difficult for them to actually monitor each and every person's movement. Very difficult, because they don't know where people are going. And they can actually feel, and if they have faced with an accident, let's say, suddenly, somebody has faced with an accident in an isolated place, by the time they will know and they will reach, something untoward could have happened. So this was the first problem. Can we solve, can we understand, and can we have some solution that how my people can be tracked, can be known, can be, basically taken care of in case of any emergency or exigencies will happen. That is the first problem. The second problem, which again, a very classical problem is, this particular machines are pretty old. 50 years old machines and 40 years old machines. And there are people who have been retiring from that particular organization who have seen these machines from day one of their inception into the organization and then retiring out. They know about these machines in and out. So basically, if they touch that machine, they can tell you that machine is going to go bad. Okay, and they don't need anything else. They can hear a sound and they can say, okay, this is going to go down. That's the experience which these people actually carry. Now, with these people going out of the industry, the newer people who are coming in are not well equipped or trained to actually take care of these machines. And as the accident starts happening, it takes them, or if something goes down, it takes them longer period of time to again revive the whole thing. So this is how the challenge is, because the thing is they can't keep that machine down for long, and that's a big challenge for them, because that's impacting their end, the business, okay, the end line, the top line there. So these two questions, if you look at, and if you understand, when you get into the solution side of it, AI, augmented intelligence is actually an answer there. So to the first problem where they were looking at the safety, so we implemented a solution using IIoT, which is Industrial Internet of Things, put down some kind of RFID tags and all those to actually monitor each other person, give them monitors so that somebody can sit at one place and can look at who is falling down, if somebody has fallen down, or if a particular employee is not moving for the last 2-3 minutes. Those type of alerts, automated alerts, which can actually really help the operations team to actually take care of their employee. That was the first solution. The second solution was basically a kind of a KT system, a knowledge transfer system. When you look from the people who are retiring, and understand their inputs, that if a problem comes in, collect those data, collect those knowledge, and then use a mechanism to train those newer people that if you're looking at these type of things around it, there will be these type of problems which can come in. So there are a lot of challenges, a lot of problems which are available there, where this AI and augmentation is actually helping the supply chain industry, the manufacturing industry as such. So just finishing on that, thank you very much. Any questions, I will be happy to take up.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much for talking on this topic. And we have always spoken and heard so much about artificial intelligence that, this session is totally very, very informative for everyone of, the people who've joined here. So we have one question from the audience, which is, to what extent do you feel or predict that AI will be replacing jobs? Because that is what a country like ours is worried about. So has it already happened or is it happening? So what will be the future?
The short answer is no. And the reason is not technology, let me tell you, because this is nothing to do with technology. If you talk about AI automation, I will say there is a scope that it can do a lot of work. There will be a lot of automation. There will be a lot of things that as human does, and as the machine starts learning, they can replace. But my take on this is this will not be allowed to happen, by the political classes, by the people who are in charge. The reason being, you cannot replace, the 100% of jobs and then you let people go on the unemployment side. That's not going to be allowed by any government in the world, any thinker in the world. If you look at from the European side, this has already started, and there is a lot of undercurrent which is going on there, where any kind of automation, any kind of AI which you implement should not impact. That's a clear ruling, should not impact a job of a person who is there on the seat. So it's not technology, let me answer you. It's about, how we as a human are visualizing it. We as, the political leaders are visualizing it. We as a person who are running the country are visualizing it. So blaming AI is not going to help. And obviously, we need to be careful in choosing what we are doing, what we are implementing, and what we're doing. That is one aspect. The second piece is, in certain areas, where AI, comes in, like for example, let's say, I'll give you an example. We talk about chatbots, right? We talk about voice bots, and you would have seen those type of implementations across any interaction that you have. Maybe it's a banking website, you are using your mobile phones, there will be some support, some assistance which is coming in, from the chatbot perspective. Think of it, how many of us are actually using it, and how many of us are actually comfortable in still calling a call center, contact center, and talking to a particular person. So those aspects, if you look and compare, and I tell you, chatbot is one of the simplest implementation which is done across the globe by many companies, but the success rate of those chatbots are still pretty low, pretty low. The reason being that touch, that human touch, is still not there, and people are still comfortable with, talking to an expert there. So maybe these two factors, according to me, one is governments and thinkers will not allow. The second is, we cannot miss that human touch at all. So I don't think there will be any kind of challenge or any kind of a big shift or big change when we talk about AI taking over jobs. It should not happen. Hope that answers.
Yes, sir, absolutely. You have clarified this doubt that people usually have. So thank you so much, sir. And on behalf of Krupanidhi Group of Institutions, I would really like to thank you for being a part of this conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We have amongst us Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, Bangalore Bio-Innovation Center, Department of IT, BT, and S&T, Government of Karnataka. May I request Ms. Lakshmi to present the profile of our guest.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to present the profile of Dr. Jitendra Kumar, who is the Managing Director at Bangalore Bio-Innovation Center, Department of IT, BT, S&T, Government of Karnataka. His mission is to create the world-class center for nurturing innovations in life science and build a vibrant ecosystem. Dr. Jitendra Kumar is accomplished and highly experienced in technology evaluation, incubation, innovation, and entrepreneurship in life science domain. He has the hands-on experience in setting up and running a life science incubator and making it financially self-sustainable. He is a biotechnology researcher, knowledgeable and experienced in product development and commercialization through his own startup biotech venture, heading pioneering life science incubation center of India and mentoring several biotech startups to make them venture ready. Dr. Jitendra Kumar even has an experience in technology entrepreneurship and commercialization. He helped several companies to raise funds through seed funding and government grants, as involved in due diligence process for venture funding. He involved in setting up world-class center for translational research and technology entrepreneurship. He is experienced in multiple project management and scientific mentor of many biotechnology ignition grants, a program especially designed by BIRAC for commercializing technologies in public-funded laboratories. On behalf of KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. And now I kindly request you to address the gathering.
To invite me to this very, very significant and important conference. The name of the conference itself says a lot of things. Resuscitation, reorganization, resilience, reinvention, hybrid transformational across various sectors. This is very unique paradigm. I think this is very relevant also. More so in the area of biotechnology, which I am going to present some aspects of reinvention or resuscitation, reorganization, etc. When we say reinvention in biotechnology, actually that word would connote many things. Mostly it would, in the modern context, it will implicate the word innovation actually, because here we are reinventing something for commercial use, something where there's a market need. So I will talk
in this context of innovation. Reorganization, because we need to reorganize the whole institutional setup and means through which the innovation can be brought about. Therefore, the word reorganization. Resuscitation is important because the pace at which the technology and innovation is happening at the global level, somehow I feel that with all the talent and resources we have to keep pace with them. We may be a little slow in those aspects. Now, with this, I would like to provide you a few glimpses of opportunities and challenges in biotechnology. How we can use biotechnology to solve problems that are there in this human society. That there are various fields, IT, ESDM, electronics, and many other fields where innovations are happening. But let me tell you one thing. The emergence of climate changes, the emergence of recognition that human lives are being affected by innovation means that there is something linked with the life sciences or biotechnology. For example, when Henry Ford discovered cars, he may not have comprehended the way this car or automobile would affect the planet Earth through pollution. But during the passage of time, it has become a menace. There is nothing wrong with that innovation, but that innovation never had the full life cycle of the product scrutinized by the experts. So we are in that zone where we want to do innovation in the 360-degree angle, meaning that is it safe for human beings? If it is not safe for human beings at any level, that product should not be launched in the market. Because if you launch such products in the market, then it is not sustainable. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that every field where the innovations are happening must address the basic effect on the life sciences and biotechnology area, be it a climate change, be it a greenhouse effect. We, of course, it's the same thing. Be it, electromagnetic radiation that are coming out of various devices, be it pollution that is created by computers, meaning that when you dispose of the computers, the hardwares, there are a lot of heavy metals that are going into the soil, which destroys the soil. So with this introduction, let us go to my presentation, which says what are the challenges and opportunities in biotechnology. To introduce my organization, this is Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, a premier center for nurturing the innovations in life sciences in India and globally recognized. This is a joint initiative of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and Department of Information Technology, IT, BT, and Electronics, Government of Karnataka. Next slide. Let us talk about what are the opportunities and challenges of a startup venture. When I say startup venture, it means that some new idea, new innovation that has come up in the mind of scientists. And now he has left the academic angle and has started a journey of using this innovation or invention into solving some human needs of current existence, something that is urgently required to be solved. And that is why this is so important. That is why it is so important that despite the advances in science and technology, we have not been able to solve many of the societal needs. That is why the startup venture creation, where the startup innovators can solve many of these issues and problems, is of utmost importance. Why? Because the classical big industries are not agile enough to, to take up certain entrepreneurial activities. Their whole focus is on current product, and their whole organization is geared towards protecting that market. So no new innovations normally happens, although there are exceptions in the big organization. But I would say that uh, bigger companies are not known for innovation, mostly, largely. Maybe exceptions are there, but the startup companies, the startup companies, especially in biotechnology, they, by their nature, they take risks and they reap the rewards, especially because a lot of technologies that are sitting on public shelves or public research labs on the shelf, these technologies are sitting for a long time. These are the outcome of R&D efforts, the academic effort that has gone for a long time, but they have not seen the light of the day because the bigger industries are not able to take up these technologies that are lying on shelf in public research labs because they think it's half baked. A lot more is to be done. Lot more is to be done, and industry does not have a wherewithal to take that up and do the bridging or whatever the experiments need to be taken to be done to take the technology to the next level. They do not have that risk taking. They do not have that mentality. They want everything ready for commercial use. However, the startups can take up these technologies and do an entrepreneurial journey, and later, of course, they can. That's called valley of death, by the way. In entrepreneurial journey, we say valley of death, where a lot of technologies that are lying on shelf actually fail when they go to market because it's called valley of death. A lot of maybe funding is required, maybe the ideas have not clicked, they are not commercializable at the level that we are talking about. There, there are inherent risks involved. So therefore, we must explore the startup ventures who can take up these technologies. That is called reorganization, resuscitation of the system. Where are those art startups who can take up these technologies and even their own technologies? And where are those centers where they can nurture these innovations? Where are those institutions of, financial institutions which can fund the early stage venture? We have seen so many IPOs, so many, there India has now produced many unicorns, but I would say none of them in biotechnology. Most of these unicorns are in aggregators, field IT services or, which have AI based or IT based, say Flipkart, ATM, etc. They have done tremendous job. Their valuation has gone so high. They have done the IPOs listed in India. Earlier, these companies had to go to US and Europe for their listings in the stock exchange. But now Indian regulation has changed, which is a very welcome step. But talking about biotechnology, though the valuation, though the actual value of the innovation that they are doing is very high, but market capitalization may not be that high in terms of the share value or in terms of the valuation. And therefore, we must think how actually biotech companies, which is very important. See, Ola, Flipkart, all these things are very good. They make our life easy. But ultimately, it is biotechnology, healthcare, agriculture, agricultural biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, environmental biotechnology that will actually improve the real quality of our life. So all I'm trying to say is that the word resuscitation, reorganization, etc., must be looked at that from those points when I'm talking about biotechnology. Next slide, please. Let us understand what is the difference between basic research and translational research. One is driven by curiosity and questions. The other is developing useful products or services, that is translational research. Basic research is motivated by expanding and acquiring knowledge, while translational research is solving practical problems. The basic research is questions that are answered is how things work, why things work. But translational research is what interventions can be developed using existing knowledge. Next. So what are the initial evaluation criteria for technology product concept? Suppose the innovator comes to you. How do we actually say that, this will click? So the most important thing is underlying science, whether the science is good or not. The innovation is based on good sound principles of science or not. The second is product market potential, whether it has requisite market or not, and the people factor. Okay, next. What are these sectors and subcategories of sectors when we are talking about biotechnology? Because this is very important to understand in our mind. When we say biotechnology, what does it mean? What products, what services? So first is therapeutics. Therapeutics are molecules which cures you from the disease. So small molecules, it could be peptides and oligonucleotides. Next is biologicals and vaccines. It could be oligonucleotides and antisense, proteins, monoclonal antibodies, stem cells. Diagnostics, if you say in vitro diagnostics, molecular diagnostics, companion diagnostics, clinical laboratory services. Next. It could be more medical devices. It could be combination of device and therapeutic product, research tools and reagents, sequencers and microarrays, etc. Digital healthcare and healthcare delivery, IT, bioagriculture, biofuels, industrial biotechnology. You can classify these products and categories, sectors into these 10 sectors when we are talking about biotechnology. Next. When we are talking about technology sector, actually it can lead to therapeutic products, diagnostic products, or research instruments and tools. And suppose we talk about therapeutic product subsector, then it could lead to therapeutic product therapy. So basically, there could be a platform technology, like say DNA sequencing. Now the DNA sequencing platform could give rise to therapeutic products or even diagnostic products. Therapeutic products, because DNA sequences is required for you to understand the gene, and if the gene is not, your target is not known, how will you produce a new drug for that target? So gene sequencing is a critical step in molecular biology all along. So it could lead to therapeutic product. The same technology platform can be used for producing diagnostic products, such as diagnostic for COVID, for example. Then research instruments, tools, and products. Okay, so maybe the sequencing platform could give rise to a sequencer, new modes of sequencing, the research tools. Next. Go to next, please. Most of us have heard that products, technologies, etc., take huge time in biotechnology. What are these time frame estimates? Therapeutics takes 12 to 15 years. So when we are talking about new molecules, new drugs, it takes 12 to 15 years to go to the market. Biologicals and vaccines again take 12 to 15 years. Vaccines, corona vaccine could be a exception. Okay, but normally, because why it is an exception? Because coronaviruses were known for a long time. Okay, even common cold is also coronavirus. But COVID-19 is a special virus which has certain specificities, which creates some cytokine storms. Therefore, person is not able to. There's a long-term damage to the lungs, etc. But the biology was known, and therefore, and it was a huge emergency, and there were capabilities. So we could develop within short time, maybe 1.5 years to 2 years, we had the vaccine. Of course, we do not know that the vaccine would be efficacious or not for all the strains of corona, but let us assume that the vaccine was created, but that was an exception. Uh, Normally, for a new disease, it takes 12 to 15 years. And I must emphasize that clinical trials for Covaxin are still, the data has not been yet published. So, there are emergency use authorizations have been given for vaccines so far. The full trial, and when we say vaccines take 12 to 15 years, actually it means that 15 years are required to actually see its long-term effects also. Okay. Diagnostics say 3 to 7 years, medical devices 3 to 5 years, combination of device therapeutic products 5 to 10 years, research tools and instruments 3 to 7 years, digital health and healthcare delivery IT 1 to 3 years, bioagriculture 7 to 16 years, biofuels 5 to 10 years, industrial biotechnology 2 to 4 years. What I mean to say is that most of these biotechnology products and services require huge incubation time. Incubation time means it takes long gestation time to come to the market, and the risk factor is very high. And the capital requirement is also very high. So all these three things are bottlenecks for the entrepreneurship. But at the same time, as I tell you, as I go through more slides, I can tell you that most of these challenges have been, uh, you know, addressed by various schemes and policies of the government. That is why the word resuscitation is important here. Reorganization, reinvention, all these very relevant topics. So we can all see through this biotechnology innovation that what government steps have taken to enable it. Next slide. When we talk about biotechnology innovation, it means that it has to come from a basic research to a translational research. And this could only be the first step, but actually there are many value enhancing steps up to the product that is going to the customer or consumer. First could be completion of basic and translation research, obviously. Second could be completion of development and in vitro testing. Third could be completion of lead and process optimization. Fourth is completion of preclinical testing in animals, filing of new drug applications, regulatory review and product approval, scale up and manufacturing, marketing and growth. So you can understand that huge regulatory things are involved here. First, you have to do tests on animals, then you have to do tests on various levels. That's called clinical trial, clinical stage 1, clinical trial 2, clinical trial 3, etc. So these are the value enhancing milestones for therapeutics and biologicals. Next slide. Value enhancing milestones for medical devices again could be same, except that there could be a prototype development and clinical validation in the hospitals and completion of regulatory review and approval. So maybe the clinical trials like drugs may not be required here, but some small scale clinical trial is required in hospitals. But the time taken for developing a medical device is much less than the drugs. Next one. This, if you chart out the path of value and risk, the value actually, as soon as you increase the milestone that I spoke about, the risk will be getting down. The risk, if you see up to milestone 3 only, there is risk. After that, once the milestone 4 is reached, the risk is reduced. Okay, and as the risk is reduced, that the value of the company is increased, the value of the innovation is increased. This is how we chart, just to give you a glimpse of how this risk and rewards are linked. Next. Essential elements necessary to growing biotechnology cluster. When I talked about Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, from where I am working, actually this is a cluster. What is a cluster? Cluster is a group of companies or group of associations, organizations, stakeholders, those are co-located or accessible at particular location. So when we talk about biotechnology cluster, what are the essential elements required for it? We can easily say that Bangalore is a biotechnology cluster for the country. Why so? Because first requirement is the abundance of high quality, adequately funded academic research institutions. We have ISCs, NCBS, INSTEM, IBAB, and Center for Human Genetics, JNCSR, University of Agriculture Sciences. I'm talking only about biotechnology, but think about the number of institutions that are present in Bangalore. Ready resource of seasoned and experienced biotechnology entrepreneurs. Okay. So these are very important. Bangalore is a startup capital of the country. Therefore, we have a lot of seasoned and experienced biotechnology entrepreneurs, ready access to sources at risk, early and development stage capital, willing to fund startup. Access to capital is very, very important. Otherwise, it will be very hard, difficult for an entrepreneur to take this product to a commercialization level. Adequate supply of technically skilled workforce experienced in biotech sector. We must have people who know biotechnology, and therefore it is very important for them to be there in a cluster. Availability of dedicated wet laboratory and specialized facilities at affordable rate. Now, these startup companies or new innovations can only happen when there is a lot of laboratory facility available. Biotechnology is something which requires a lot of laboratory work, and entrepreneurs cannot build those laboratories. Very hard for it's financially not sustainable for them. So it is very important that such centers exist like Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, which has plug and play laboratories where innovators can come and start doing the experiment, equipment facility, etc. So those things, these are the important elements necessary for growing biotechnology cluster. Next one. When we talk about market, we must understand that the biotechnology that we are working on or we should aim at is to create the disruptive technologies. When I say market A, market B, market C, actually the disruptive technologies or the market creating technologies, they cater to the needs of many markets, actually speaking. It's not limited to one market. But sometimes what happens, the efficiency innovations, for example, the kind of innovations that happen normally to increase the efficiency of a product. For example, say coal mine, mining, you may have some efficient means of collecting, or coal, etc. But the market for coal will remain same, whether it's efficient or not efficient. If it's efficient, your business will grow, but it will not create new markets. It will not create new markets. So it will be limited to either market A, market B, market C, or it will be limited to a particular market. Then there are innovations which are sustaining innovations, meaning that they just have some business processes and new alternatives so that they cater to the same market, but because they want to sustain, have an edge over the competition, etc., they come up with a new product. For example, if you talk about tea industry, new tea bags, new flavors of tea, etc., but you are catering to again the same market, tea market, people who will take tea. People who do not take tea will never take tea, whether it's any flavor you add. Okay. But when we are talking about disruptive innovations or market creating innovations, we are actually creating new markets where people will use those technologies because it has become affordable. Now, it has become affordable to everybody, and it was the need was there in the market. For example, car. When Henry Ford invented car, it's a market creating innovation, isn't it? Because it was no more limited to a market A, which were aristocratic people. It is again coming down to people market B, market C, who can now afford this because the innovation has led to cost reduction. It in such a way, it's drastic cost reduction as well as the affordability has increased. It has become more convenient to use. So many, I mean, the whole society wants car. Without car, we can't, we cannot think of our lives now. So internet, these are disruptive technologies, emails, etc. Nobody uses letters nowadays to, write to your friends, etc. So those things I'm talking about, so you might have got an idea. Next slide, please. As I talked about, the market creating innovations make products available to all the customers in in the concentric circle. New customers in the concentric circles. Next. And market creating innovations actually give rise to many jobs, both local as well as global jobs. They research and development, logistics, sales, marketing, general administration, after sales, and low wage manufacturing, assembly. So because it's disruptive in nature, it has created new markets. Because it earlier did not exist. Like again, I give the example of Henry Ford, the cars. Again, R&D, logistics, and all sales, marketing. Everywhere you go, you find Maruti Suzuki is this sales center. When America was once a very corrupt and poor country. We cannot imagine also. But if you read American history in 1900s, early part of 1900s, before First World War, it was not a country which was developed. Only after Second World War, it started. It became powerful. Or just before. I mean, I'm talking about 1900s. It was not at all. Okay. But somehow, because of some market creating innovations, the country became very powerful because their products were into the whole globe and they became very rich slowly. How did this happen? Because the innovations were such that it commanded the huge development in the global sector. Let's talk about other countries. South Korea. South Korea before 1970s, it was not a developed country. It was again full of corruption, poor people, poverty. But what happened after 1970s? There were some innovators, and because supported by government policies and all, they created huge products which captured the market globally. Samsung, for example. Can you think of any electronics products without Samsung? Samsung, I have gone to Korea, Dijon, where Samsung factory was there. It was amazing. I'm just giving an example of how through innovations, whole nations can transform. I personally think that India is at the cusp right now. And there are a lot of innovations that are happening. This is a very recent new phenomenon. And I think if these innovations, which are happening at the low cost settings, healthcare innovations, etc., resource constrained settings like India, this can also go to the global market because Americans are also struggling with healthcare costs. Every country is suffering with healthcare costs, although we may think that these are very developed countries, these are advanced countries, but they also need good innovations which are cost effective. So all I'm trying to say is that the phenomena that we are seeing in India, with all its contradictions, with all its idiosyncrasies, I think it will go a long way in making our country a strong capital, in a strong country. Next. I think I have come to the end of my talk, but before that, I just wanted to let you know that Bangalore Bioinnovation Center has nurtured many such innovations that I have tried to speak. And because of paucity of time, I will not be able to go through all the innovations, but I'll just slide through some of the things, some of the facilities that we provide. Next slide. For example, next slide. For example, we have this, we infrastructure, branding, networking, mentorship, and funding services for the startups. It is located within the Bangalore Helix Park with academic institutions like Institute of Bioinformatics and Applied Biotechnology, Center for Human Genetics, and the future industrial park is coming up where a lot of big companies are supposed to be established next. When we talk about infrastructure of the facility, we have incubation suites where the plug and play laboratories are there, and many other facilities like meeting room and conference room next. We have central instrumentation facility, cell culture facility next. I'm going through very fast because these are maybe a very, I just wanted to give an idea so that new ventures, the students from Kripanidhi institutions and many other students who are viewing this would find it alternative career, a bright field to pursue. Fermentation facility, other supporting staff facilities, etc. Next. So we have intellectual property cell, environmental health and safety division, agriculture, food and nutrition, so to provide all the support system to the startup. Next. So we do a lot of global linkages, global conferences, China, Japan, Victoria, Australia, US, BioKorea. Next. Next, I'll just go through all this. I just wanted to tell you that what are the activities that we are involved in to create innovation. It's not about Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. It's just a microcosmic studies that I am trying to give you, and it can be applied to any other ecosystem that I'm talking about. So regional linkages, we link with so many colleges locally, RV College, GKV, VKI, VIT, Oxford, so that to spur the entrepreneurship movement across students. I'm sure, Kripanidhi group of institutions will benefit, the students will benefit a lot, even faculty will benefit a lot to learn about entrepreneurship, how to actually do some startups in life sciences. Next. Next, these are all awards and recognitions that we have got. We have launched many products related to COVID. Next, our Deputy Chief Minister has launched many products. Next. So many funded companies have been funded here. Next. These are the current companies that are, we are startup companies that we are nurturing. It's not possible to go through each one of them, but I'm just telling you. Next one, these are healthcare companies. These are again healthcare companies. Next, these are medtech. Next, biopharma, agri-food and nutrition. We have more than 60 startup companies. It has become the largest biotech hub in the country. These are graduate companies who have graduated from our center and they have established their own. They are successful. Next. Next, these are all achievements of BPC, which I don't want to elaborate upon because because of the paucity of time. But I must say that this has emerged as the globally recognized center, and I'm very open to, institutions in and around Bangalore in Karnataka to collaborate and see that the startup movement is spurred there. The startup movement is strengthened there. And with this, I conclude my talk. And if there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the lovely presentation and the informative session. Sir, we have one question which has come from the audience. So we have mostly management crowd, that is MBA students, PGDM students.
Sure.
So they have a question that how can they utilize their management abilities in Bengaluru Bioinnovation?
Very, very good question. Actually, I wanted to speak about this. Somehow, because of the time constraint, I could not throw light on this. Actually, the component of management is very, very crucial here. It's not only about technology and the scientists and all, because now we are thinking beyond technology. What is the technology going to do? What is the valuation? What is the market need? And scientists will not be able to know all these things. They are not trained like that. But management students can give a good insight into this whole mechanism. So one way in which management students can take up entrepreneurship in life sciences, biotechnology, is through linkages with scientists and forming a team around the technology and commercializing it in a team settings. You may not be able to do yourself, but there are institutional mechanisms that Bangalore Bioinnovation Center is thinking to uh, to launch, where you can combine, we can jump into the bandwagon. What are these institutional mechanisms? For example, what happens if Bangalore Bioinnovation Center creates a training program in biotechnology entrepreneurship? But the requirement of the training program is that each participant has to form a team, one from management school, one from the scientific community, and maybe one design or engineering. And either they will come up with their own idea, or we will give you the patterns or live technologies during the program. We give you the technology. Now you work, the team will work on different technologies. There will be many teams. So suppose you are given a technology and you work on that, and you come up with the business plan. And I'm sure that scientists cannot write a business plan. So management students who will help them write a business plan. But in association with scientists, will understand the technology. You will understand what is the novelty. You will understand how it is going to solve a market need. So that the team will come up with the business plan. You present a business plan to us. We will fund you. We will give you the incubation space with us, and you start a company. That is the institutional mechanism of venture creation. This is the first one. Second one, suppose we create a business plan, live business plan competition. Live meaning the technologies that are lying on shelf in public research lab, which I talked about. Suppose we say that, okay, we have selected some 20 technologies, and each technology has to have some team, one from management school, one from scientific community, and the inventor and all. They come together, and we say that you work on this. We will guide you. Bangalore Bioinnovation Center will guide you in the formulation of business plan. And at the end of, say, maybe 1 month, 2 months, etc., you have to pitch before the investor or before the jury. And we will fund it. If you are very good, we will fund you, we'll give you incubation space, we'll give you some prize money. All I'm trying to say is that there are many mechanisms through which technology entrepreneurship can be taken up. And the role of management student or management graduate is the most crucial one, because actually they are the people who will take this technology aspect into a commercializable venture. Okay, does this answer your question?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for telling our audience how and where they can apply these skills that they're learning. So thank you so much, sir, and we hope to see you in the panel as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have amongst us Mr. Chirantan Babra, Business Leader, Food and FMCG Division, Udan. May I request Ms. Lakshmi to present the profile of our guest.
Good afternoon. It's my privilege to present the profile of Mr. Chirantan Babra. Mr. Chirantan is an enterprising business leader who keeps people, process, innovation at the heart of his efforts. He has rich experience of 18 years across FMCG retail technology and engineering services, and currently working with Udan.com. He has worked with Procter & Gamble, CMC Limited, and also has his entrepreneurial journey with SnapBiz CloudTech. He continually delivered results, went above and beyond in providing exceptional service and support, and showed genuine integrity and respect as a service provider. On behalf of KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. And now, I may kindly request you to address the gathering.
Sir, absolutely.
Okay, is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
So, thank you so much for inviting me for this conference, and I really hope that I can add some value to the students of KRUPACON Institute of Management. I must thank the entire institute and the conveners for inviting me again. What I'm going to talk about in the next 15-20 minutes is tech adoption in Indian FMCG ecosystem. FMCG is fast-moving consumer goods. It is a very simple yet a very complex industry. It is all about selling soaps and shampoos, but at the same time, it is also about making sure that every nook and corner of the country does get the same soap and shampoo that we're talking about at the cost that they can afford. So this session is primarily a bit of thought starters for you to deliberate upon and to create your own ideas around what can or cannot happen in this industry. We will talk a little bit about the value chain and the tech touch points in that value chain for the FMCG industry. We'll talk about the scope and definition. When we say tech adoption, it's actually a very, very wide term to use. So we'll try to narrow it down to understand what do we really mean, at what levels of tech adoption exists. We'll talk a little bit about the purpose of tech adoption. Is it really needed? And possibly take one counter view of why it's not needed, and the enablers and barriers for same, and some futuristic sense to what is happening in the same vertical as far as tech adoption is concerned. So be with me for the next couple of minutes. Let me just take you through the entire touch points of an FMCG ecosystem. Manufacturing suppliers supply products to product companies. Product companies have manufacturing units of factories. They produce products. Then they send it to distribution centers, which are large and small distribution centers, depending on the kind of companies, which then further goes to distributors and then to trade. Trade means modern trade, e-commerce, wholesale or kirana stores next to your houses. And eventually consumers buy it from those stores. This is the entire chain of product that happens in the industry. And it's important to keep this particular framework in mind because that will help you understand the tech adoption at different levels of this industry. The infrastructure and logistics control on these various levels is controlled by the company, the FMCG company, till about the distribution centers. And after that, by the distributor, for the distributors themselves, and to take the products to the trade. And eventually consumers obviously control their own logistics. So in all this equation, there is one brand which is kind of an umbrella on all of this, for which all of this is happening. So let's take an example of a shampoo. So the shampoo is manufactured by Procter & Gamble. It's manufactured in some manufacturing unit in, let's say, Himachal, sent to distribution centers, 10, 20, 40, 100 distribution centers across the country. Then loads and loads of distributors get those products. And then eventually it reaches to trade. A big bazaar would get it directly in their warehouse. A kirana store would get directly in their store. And a wholesaler sitting in the wholesale mandi of a city will also get it in his store. And we as consumers would go, we have the choice to go and buy it from a big basket, a big bazaar, or a kirana store next to our houses. And in all this, one umbrella thing that connects all of them is the brand itself, which talks directly to us as consumers. We get to know about a new shampoo, a new diaper, a new face cream, or any new product innovation that happens in the system through the brand directly, using online and offline mediums of communication, right? So you keep this framework in mind. Now, when we say tech adoption, as far as most of the discourse these days is concerned, and most of the topics that I have seen being covered in the conference today, we are limiting that to the technology adoption towards digital technologies. So obviously, I'm not talking about the innovations that happen in manufacturing technologies or the innovations that happen in product technologies from the research and development standpoint. And the other part that we need to keep in mind when we talk about tech adoption, whether it's FMCG or any other industry, is when do we call the technology that has been adopted? Because adoption can happen in 5 stores, 5,000 stores, 50,000 stores, 5 lakh stores, and so on, right? So it has to be a sizable impact on the adopting audience. A handful of people using smartphones would not have created the kind of explosion we have seen in the recent times. A handful of people using data would not have enabled the kind of apps that we are currently using, right? Unless data became as affordable as it did with the advent of Geo and then the turf wars between the telecoms, which was beneficial for consumer and the overall industry as well. Now, so there is this model of adoption which has these 4 key players for adoption called innovators, early adopters, early majority and late majority, which forms the bulk of adoption, and laggards, who are really, really late in adopting any technology. I would try to highlight any adoption in FMCG industry limited to early adopters and early majority. A lot of things are happening on the innovators or early adopters, but not necessarily adopted throughout the industry or even 10% of the industry. So that let's keep that in mind, that it has to have a sizable impact. If there are 600 sizable companies, FMCG companies in India, at least 50 should be using a technology. If there are 1 crore outlets of stores who are selling FMCG products in India, at least maybe a lakh stores, at least 50,000 stores should be using a technology. That at least means some adoption. Below that is actually just a pilot or a proof of concept stage. Let's take an example. For example, billing. When you go to a store, you buy a product and you get a printed bill. Most of us have grown up not taking a bill from Kirana stores, right? And the reality is that billing, that's a technology, right? Point of sale device, making a bill, printing bill in the store is an adoption of technology. But currently, not more than 70,000 stores in India have a printing bill machine in their stores. I'll take this point and have you reflect on this point again. There are 1 crore stores in India. Not more than 70,000 stores can give you a printed bill. It might sound surprising, but that's a reality. So the adoption of billing machines in India is limited to those 70,000 stores. It's another matter that most of us go and shop from those stores which are around us in metros, and we feel that it's widespread, but it's not. The same applies to handhelds. You see a few pictures here. Back, I would say somewhere around 2000 is when Procter & Gamble started this concept of using a handheld device, the middle picture that you see, for taking orders by the salesman. The salesman would go store to store and take orders every day on a paper and pen earlier, which is the left image. And then the central image, which is a handheld device, which was given to salesmen so that they can digitize that process. And that adoption of technology started happening. It will be again surprising for you to note that it has taken the industry close to 17 years for almost all companies to get to a sales order management kind of product, which is now available on apps on smartphones of all salesmen. So the adoption has been happening, but it has taken its own time. There were innovators like the Proctors or the Levers or the big 5-6 companies in India. And then a lot of other companies have followed in due course, but it has taken its own time to get there, right? So Among the touch points that we are talking about, the manufacturing units and the distribution centers have adopted some form of digital technologies a long time back in form of ERPs. Those are backend systems, whether it's HANA, SAP, a lot of other companies whose systems were adopted at those centers to manage the entire process flow, people flow, everything in that unit. Right? A lot of other things happening on that count, but we'll keep our discussion limited on that one for now. So ERP adoption in India would have started with FMCG sector somewhere in the 90s. And it was pioneered again by the bigger companies and then taken over by most companies. Its adoption was faster. Then comes distribution centers. Now, distribution centers again have some form of backend systems connecting them to manufacturing units and the company headquarters in terms of managing their inventory, everything, resources, supplies, everything. But a few more things have started happening on the distribution centers over the past 10 years. And it's only the last 10 years. Fleet management has started. So it's easy now for distribution centers to manage and see where the fleet from both the incoming and the outgoing side, how are they tracking? What are the exact times that the fleet will report? That helps them manage the inventory much better. That helps them manage expectations better, because transportation and road transportation in India is not very reliable in general. So those fleet management are helping companies a lot. A few more innovations that are going to be adopted in this area are warehouse management using robotics. A few examples of that you see on the photographs. Those are very promising. They are currently being piloted by many people, but currently not adopted by FMCG to a large extent. Let's come to distributors. Distributors are small nodal points who give products to retailers and wholesalers in general after a certain within the city. Among distributors, there's a thing called distributor management system. That's a technology adoption that they did. And that adoption also has been going on since the mid-90s all the way till 2000. It might again surprise you that till about 2017-18, I was engaging with a very large FMCG companies, upwards of 5,000 crores sales and revenues. And their 15 to 20% distributors were on DMS. The remaining 80% were not. So it hadn't penetrated the adoption within the companies also to a large extent. It has started happening over the past 5-6 years more than it had happened before 2015. So now distributors do have distributor management systems. They are also now adopting order taking. As I said, there was a paper and pen many years back. Now there are apps and people can take order on apps. In fact, the apps are also linked online to the inventory these days, and those processes are continuously developing. A lot of startups are working in that space and helping newer FMCG companies access it at a much lower cost. An interesting work that's happening on that is on merchandising. Consumers buy products in a store only when they can see it. And merchandising becomes a really very important point for all companies to shout out from the store. They do try to track merchandising as to how many facings of the products they have in a store. But it was all manual, again, till about 4-5 years back. And merchandising technologies and image recognition and machine learnings and everything is being used now to track this better and track it on a real-time basis, which helps companies take better decisions and action on the results of these technologies. Again, the adoption of merchandising tech is not very prevalent. Hardly 10-15 top companies are using it more or regularly. The remaining are not. So it is a far way to go for them to users. One of the biggest touch points where technology has changed or is changing a lot of things in the FMCG industry is at the trade itself. The trade is the store. The store could be an online store, it could be an offline store. Payments, for example, the presence of a credit card machine was the initial technology adoption, which was rampant and created large waves of changes where a lot of us started using credit cards or debit cards. And then payments changed to QR codes and UPIs and all that interfaces, which are now integrating everything on payments. So that industry is seeing a lot of churn and a lot of good innovation at the trade, at the Kirana stores, and very widely adopted. Even smaller stores in a city would have some kind of QR code. Even a tier 2, tier 3 village, they will also have QR codes. It's not as difficult. So that has seen some traction. Ordering both ways, whether ordering to the company or taking orders from the consumers. In both these things, trade is seeing reasonable adoption of technology, though it's currently limited to, let's say, top 20, top 25 cities, but it will certainly percolate more to other tiers of cities in India. Consumers are ordering on WhatsApp, consumers are ordering on SMS, wherever the apps are not available or where they do not know how to use app. Wherever the apps are available, obviously the likes of grocery commerce apps, which are prevalent, consumers order on them. The retailers are themselves ordering on apps to companies directly, e-wholesalers, a lot of good businesses coming there. So for example, the bottom left picture that you see here is a host of many apps that exist where retailers can go and order for their own supplies, and companies like Uran are really pioneering a lot of work in that area. Then consumers ordering to retailers. One more thing that is happening at the trade end is cataloging or an online avatar. It is not necessarily taking orders online, but at least showing that I exist. So a lot of startups are working towards creating catalogs for regular stores. So if, in case you want to know which is the store which sells cold pressed oils in my area, you can Google it and some linkage of that store will be there. You cannot order it there necessarily, but you can see that the store is selling cold pressed oils. So that cataloging and discovery is happening fast. Some startups are working towards that. Billing, point of sale billing, and that digitization is also picking up, though albeit slowly, but it's picking up. Credit is also one area which is technology adoption is happening to a large extent, again driven by apps, NBFCs, banks. Everyone's taking a pie in, it's part of the pie in that. And I could not end this slide without showing this photograph from Jeff Bezos delivering an Amazon product at a Kirana store in a small village. There are efforts being done for creating collaborations with Kirana stores where you can order your product. Amazon doesn't deliver to your houses, but they deliver to that store. And from that store, you can go and pick your products. So those kind of collaborations are also on. A lot of innovation is happening in this field. And it's very heartening to see that adoption is also increasing by the day. Right. Finally, before we get to consumers, this is just a snapshot of some large companies which are working towards creating B2B or B2B2C kind of engagements using technology. Everyone which you can think of in terms of the large players in India want to have a share of pie as far as the FMCG or the grocery market is concerned. And they are trying different ways to reach to consumers and retailers. Finally, consumers do have a lot of touch points as far as technology adoption is concerned. It's largely driven by the holy trinity of smartphones, internet, and apps. And the adoption for targeted engagement, as far as consumers are concerned, is very widespread. People do get ads, promotions, information about their favorite products or their favorite stores very often on SMS, WhatsApp, social media, and so on. And some places also drive them to create shopping where they can order. And e-com and social commerce are coming up in a very large way. Having said all of this, one thing that we must still remember is a lot of it is only very limited in terms of, as far as India is concerned, to a very small top of the pyramid. I mean, all said and done, e-commerce is 3% of India on grocery, and modern trade is 7% of India's business. So 10%, that's about it, right? So it's still very top of the pyramid. It has to grow deeper. It doesn't necessarily mean that modern trade and e-commerce will go deeper and increase their share to a very large extent. That doesn't seem like happening in India very soon. But technology will provide access to the other retailers, the regular Kirana stores, the larger Kirana stores, and also to their consumers to enable an easier shopping and to enable innovations using technology. Now, the question that comes to mind is, what if there was no technology adoption? What really breaks if there's no technology adoption? And this is one of the reasons why technology adoption in FMCG vertical has been slower than most other sectors related to, let's say, telecom, automotive, automobiles, anything that you can think of. FMCG industry has been relatively slower in adopting technology, because one counter argument to all this jazz is India is the only country where you can still wash long hair in 1 rupees in any part of the country, right? If there was no Uber or Ola, finding a cab to go to airport will be relatively a bit difficult. But if there was no e-commerce grocery and there was nothing online, I can still go and buy my favorite soap from the neighborhood store, right? So it's not as if the industry is breaking without technology, but technology is creating much avenues for much easier shopping, much informed shopping, and more focused and targeted shopping. So the role that technology is playing is on both sides of increasing the sales for a company and reducing the costs for the company. And it is largely driven by companies from an adoption standpoint. Examples like tracking merchandising will obviously increase sales if they are able to act on it timely. Using e-wholesalers will help smaller brands reach out to a larger retail audience faster. 10 years back, if I was to start a new juice company, then it would take me 5, 7, 10 years to build a distribution system. Now you can do it in 6 months, because you can access many e-wholesalers and the power of their distribution and the power of their penetration to reach out to larger set of retailers faster. So technology is helping in both increasing sales and reducing costs. The enablers of tech adoption in FMCG is obviously innovation, which is in-house as well as startups. It's mostly driven by startups and lesser in-house tech adoption, because obviously the primary strength of an FMCG company is building those brands and not building the technology to support those brands. So startups are playing a very big role there, and that is being adopted later by the companies. The other enabler is the reduced cost of tech adoption. Like the handheld that I talked earlier would cost 16,000 rupees per unit earlier. And now you can access a order taking app for about 200 rupees a month. So that's the kind of difference that has come about in so many years. There have been some stepped up events like the GST implementation, which brought in larger set of people under scanner, and hence more digitization is driven through that. Pandemic, I would say, though has been one of the worst possible difficult situations for the entire globe to handle, it has also changed the way FMCG industry works to a large extent. Some of it is temporary, like a lot more people ordering online um, is temporary, but the net effect of pandemic is obviously going to be pro technology going forward, because it gives you an exposure that what all can happen with technology. The fact that a few people could create this event online where speakers are being introduced as if they were in a hall would not have been thought of if there was no pandemic. And the same applies to the FMCG industry as well. People are innovating to reach out to retailers and consumers because there are lockdowns and constraints. Some of the barriers, however, still remain on tech adoption. One biggest barrier is the fragmentation of the Indian ecosystem. There are close to 1 crore stores in India. And most of the tech adoption that I actually talked about in this session also are limited to sub 1 lakh stores. I would actually request the students who are reading newspapers or hearing it on television about the enormous impact that technology creates on stores to just dial it down a little bit and go and see the reality also in market, because a lot of it is also hyperbole because of the fragmentation. Bangalore itself has 30,000 stores, and most of the technology that penetrates is sub 10-15,000 stores in most cases. So there has to be a balanced view there. Fragmentation is also more skewed towards tier 2, tier 3 cities and the villages, and hence technology reaching there will take time. But it's a lot of hope and a lot of good work happening there. The other problem is mindset, which is an all in-house syndrome. Most of these tech adoptions come top down from the larger companies for the industry to look up to them and then adopt. But most large companies want to do everything by themselves and want to have an exclusive set for themselves. So it has to be more inclusive. So they don't do as much. And not much forward investment is coming from their side. A view of technology and a view of tech adoption does have to take a view of 3 to 5 years horizon. And unfortunately, most companies in India, while I was running my own startup on tech adoption, do not think in those many years. There's also a problem of acceptance or adoption at the receiving end, which is driven largely by awareness of what technology can do. If people see enough pilots or proof of concepts in a large enough base, they will adopt that eventually. So these are some barriers. Much good work happening towards scope of using data, artificial intelligence, machine learning in all touch points within FMCG. There has to be more inclusive adoption, as I said earlier, driven from top down. These are small beginnings, to be honest, in the FMCG sector, loads to achieve. And the agility of innovation of startups will definitely help, along with the muscle and investments of the majors. They have to come together to enable this tech adoption happen. That's about it from my side. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions, or if we directly want to jump to the panel as well, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a very, very informative session, and our students really liked how you explained about technology adoption in the FMCG industry. And we would love to hear more from you in the panel as well. So thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot for the informative session. Next in line, we have our international student who's also the head of FISA, which is the International Students Federation. And we will be sharing his experience for the audience in KRUPACON Group of Institutions. Post which we shall start with the panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me seize this opportunity and thank the management of KRUPACON Group of Institutions for taking this initiative to bring us together for such a wonderful conference. I believe we can show the world what is possible if we come together as people for a common purpose. Of course, the threat, the challenge, and the losses of this pandemic have almost hit everyone. And there has never been a more urgent need to restore the damaged economy and to re-engage all other sectors than now. We are the first generation to feel the impact of this pandemic and could be the last generation to embrace the responsibility and do something about it. Our gathering here should give us hope to turn this awareness into an enduring framework for human progress. When we face hardship or challenge in life like this pandemic, there should always be an awareness about what is involved with getting to the other side of it. They should be confident that one can get to the other side of it if there is resilience. And I personally believe that resilience is not about feeling good, but it is about what you do when things go wrong. It is an inborn trait. It is this the capacity that in us that we can develop. It is also the capacity that in the system around us that create a space which shall allow us, for example, to have an appropriate feelings to be able to express it out. The family atmosphere of KRUPACON group of institutions has helped us to develop a coping strategy during this pandemic and uncertainty. Thus, we're able to adapt to the new normal. We certainly do not feel alone. Here, we feel more connected, like a family, like a part of the system. The faculty and the students are so friendly, especially the faculty that have got the greatest mind I have ever seen. During this gradual period of recovery and resilience, the management has become as a source of inspiration, motivation, and support for all of us. That's what helps us to buffer stress and to promote resilience. Though many institutions were not able to use the virtual class, here in KRUPACON group of institutions, we were able to use the online and remote learning so excellent. No idea about what to expect when I have decided to join KRUPACON group of institutions. But when I got there, I saw many culture, choices, and many things to do, and I was immediately excited. Here, you learn values like to know the kind of person you are, hard work, to be open to other viewpoints, and to step out of your own self-interest to serve others, because these are the qualities that move our businesses, schools, and develop our societies. These are the values that we all need to embody. These are the values that we learn in KRUPACON group of institutions. Here, diversity is more than just a color and culture. Here, diversity is more about interest. In KRUPACON group of institutions, you literally feel connected to all over the world, and the institution has become a hub for the international student. And the fact is that the institution is one of the supporting body for the Federation of International Student Association here in Bangalore, which is commonly known by FISAB. It is a great opportunity for me to network with people from different backgrounds, and that has opened so many doors for me, especially to connect with people from across the globe. I'm so grateful to KRUPACON group of institutions for giving me this opportunity to connect these pieces of myself and develop it into a young visionary. We hope that what we share will provide us hope and energy to push for equity and to create an environment for positive change across education, health, economy, and other sectors. I'm really looking forward for this 2 days conversation where we will explore the power of resilience, re-engagement, reinvention, and resuscitation as the way to build up skills and the system we all need to face the difficulties and the fear and to take care of ourselves and people around us. Let us be a part of global platform for inspiring a positive change where we create an awareness to push an individual to think about the way they consume, and for businesses to develop new models, and for farmers and manufacturers to produce more sustainable products, and for our governments to invest in innovation and technology, for educators to inspire students to focus on the areas of research and innovation, but more importantly for youth, people like you and I, to focus on building a better future.
After the extensive learning we've had over the morning session, we now move on to the most riveting panel discussion. We would like to share with you all that you would get a chance to hear all eminent speakers in the panel as well as 3 other speakers. I would like to introduce these 3 speakers to you. Dr. Renata Pereira, Professor of General Management, Lisbon, Portugal. Dr. K.N. Gandhi, Senior Nomenclatural Registrar, Harvard University. and Mr. Shrikant Sarathi, co-founder The Core Question, ex-VP Leo Burnett, and Marketing and Creative Services Director at Walt Disney. I would now like to present the profile of our guest, Dr. Renato Pereira. Dr. Renato Pereira is a professor of general management at the Department of Marketing, Operations, and General Management and integrated researcher at Business Research Unit, both from ISCTE Business School. Specialized in entrepreneurship and innovation and international business, he has worked for different companies of the ICT cluster, including OutSystems, one of the only 4 Portuguese unicorns. As director of Intelli Innovation Center, he has integrated the coordination structure of the MOBI-E consortium responsible for the development of the first nationwide network in the world for electric vehicle charging and the board of directors of SGORME, the Network Operations Management Company. Additionally, he has developed activities with and to different institutions in the entrepreneurial and innovative ecosystem such as TAGUSpark and COTEC. He was advisor to the Minister of Public Works, Transportation and Communications of the 17th and 18th Portuguese governments. He has a long and extensive international academic experience, having taken visiting positions in universities from Angola, Brazil, France, India, Mozambique, Peru, Poland, Russia, Slovenia, Spain, and the United Kingdom. On behalf of the KGI family, we welcome you, sir. I would also like to take the privilege of welcoming our guest, Dr. K.N. Gandhi. I would now present his profile. Dr. Gandhi did his BSc in Botany from the Bangalore University and MS in Biology from the University of Louisiana, Monroe, and did his doctorate from Texas A&M University, USA. Dr. Gandhi started his professional employment from August 1970 as a scientific assistant in Hassan Flora Project. He has vast experience as research associate in many universities, and at present, Dr. Gandhi is the Senior Nomenclatural Registrar at Harvard University, Boston, USA. Dr. Gandhi has held the positions of manager and editor in International Plant Name Index, nomenclature editor in Harvard Papers in Botany, and Flora of North America, and many others. Dr. Gandhi has received numerous awards and honors like Green Carpet Award, the Donovan Stewart Correll Memorial Award, Kasturi and Kanchi Gandhi Nomenclatural Award, Kanchi Gandhi Merit Award, and mementos for being the course director, and many more. On behalf of the KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. I also take the privilege to welcome our last panelist, Mr. Shrikant Sarathi, co-founder The Core Question, ex-VP Leo Burnett, and Marketing and Creative Services Director at Walt Disney. May I now present his profile to you all. Mr. Shrikant has over 20 years of leadership experience across advertising, digital, media, entertainment, and consumer engagement. His first role out of business school was at Leo Burnett, where he spent 12 years running business strategy and new business. He then moved on to head marketing for Walt Disney Television India and was part of the leadership team that helped the Disney TV network into leadership. Post that, he was instrumental in setting up 2 startups, first in the consumer engagement and word-of-mouth space for advocacy, the world's most awarded word-of-mouth company, and then one of the founding leadership team at Tilt Brand Solutions, one of the most talked independent advertising startup in India over the last few years. Mr. Shrikant is a qualified leadership coach and co-founder at The Core Question. In parallel, he is a wildlife traveler and photographer, of which he documents them in his blog. In his words, he has always enjoyed helping people, especially young talent, to grow and realize their true potential. On behalf of the KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. I now hand over the session to our moderator, Mr. Deepak Bagchi.
Panelist here, esteemed guest on our panel today. We have already heard, Dr. Jitendra Kumar and Mr. Chirantan, talking about, a few of the things related to the topic that we are discussing. And really thankful to both of you and Mulidhar sir initially when he spoke. There are a lot of interesting things which has come up. Very nice discussion which has already been. I believe people listening to this would definitely have a lot of questions in their mind. So let's do one thing. We have three new people joining us on the panel. Kanchi sir is there, and Otto, and Shrikant. Welcome all. Welcome to all of you. And so let us do one thing. Let us start, the discussion. What I will do is I will just put, maybe what I have listed down as some questions, which I think may resemble, the people who are listening into this questions, and then maybe open up to the audience to maybe ask to all of us, whatever they think or whatever questions they have in their mind. So let me, start up with Kanchi sir first. See, one of the things which Muralidhar sir actually spoke about during his talk was, the disruptions, when he talked about the OECD lessons, and from the OECD lesson 1.3, he talked about disruption that has been coming in, and how in the education industry we are talking about, the disruptions are there, and how we are trying to tackle and basically, think about it, what can be done. Which obviously this has been much more has to be thought about after this COVID, thing that has happened over the last 1.5 years across the globe. So my question here is, how do we think, that education industry, specifically the education sector, which could involve, starting from the schools to the colleges to the, the undergrad and the grad courses and all, how or what changes we can make, so that these type of things, if comes in future, could be, people are ready, the students are ready, or they understand, the impact of this, they understand like, these things could change or bring in, new set of innovations or new set of thought process altogether. So how can we actually put this as an input into our either a curriculum base or, maybe any other aspect? So, answer anything on this?
As a matter of fact, just last week at Harvard University, there was a research article about inequality among Americans about accessing quality education. It was also mentioned by Professor Srinivasaya in Indian condition. What went through my mind is, if someone is looking for butter and ghee, then if someone is looking for salt, there is entirely a big difference. Someone asking what is for supper, then someone asking what is supper. Again, these are entirely at two different levels. So there is inequality in America, especially minority people. When I say minority, we are talking about the black race and the brown race, that is Spanish-speaking people and black people. They do not have the same level of luxury or advantage what the white people have, or what even Asian immigrants have. Even though that research article came, in my mind, I was thinking about what I went through in India when I was a young student. Again, what Dr. Muralidhar Srinivasaya said, to me, it's very realistic. There should be, regardless of the high level and low level resources, there should be fundamental good relationship between a teacher and a student. I was very fortunate to have that kind of relationship with my former teachers in India, and I owe my present position to them. So regardless of very scarce resources in India, still I believe, still I believe, that if the students get motivated either by themselves or motivated by the teacher, yes, they can achieve something. I give two examples. A Nobel laureate who failed in chemistry because he was motivated by the chemistry teacher got the Nobel Prize in chemistry. A Harvard professor who got a Nobel Prize was in biology. He was afraid of studying biology. He got low marks, but still the relevant professor took interest in the student and he got motivated and resulting in a Nobel Prize. So the only problem that I see in India is the student-teacher ratio. In USA, at the maximum in a classroom, at elementary and high school level, you find maximum of 30 students per teacher, as low as even 15 and 20. Whereas in India, in public school, when I say public, I'm talking about government school, it is nearly 100 or even more. So in my opinion, it's very difficult for a teacher to motivate all the people at the same level. So that's where the funding from the government side, from the public side, so that there is a very suitable proportion between the student number and the teacher, so that the teacher can pay his or her utmost interest equally on everyone. So that's my major comment.
So I'm open to any other panel member on any point that anybody would like to have. We were talking about, looking at disruption, and I think nice point brought out by Gandhi sir. Anybody else? Yes.
If no one else, I have one more comment. In any class and every class, there are always some students, regardless of their background, always some students, they have keen sense of absorbing what the teachers teach. Then there are other set of students who slightly lag behind. It doesn't mean that they are less intelligent. Only thing is they are not feeling comfortable to learn directly from the teacher. They need some extra encouragement. If you know what the monitor system is, the very monitor system was developed by a Scottish person in 1820, looking at a set of Indian students in Chennai. This happened in 1820. He visited an orphanage, and on the seashore, on the beach, he saw about 50 students sitting in about 5 lines, and a teacher teaching them for about 1 hour. Then the teacher relaxed. Then one student from each line went on explaining the same subject to everyone in his line. It dawned on to the Scottish person, my God, in any class, there are always people who understand very quickly, quicker than others, and they are able to share the acquired knowledge with others, and the other people find it at ease to learn from the fellow student. That was the starting point of what we call monitorial system, which originated in India and spread to Europe and even to USA. Presently, it may not be there in USA, but in a way it does exist, yes, but not called monitor, but something else. But India was the background. It was a starting point for the established system.
Okay, moving on to So thank you very much, sir. Let me move on to another question, and I will put it to Renato, sir. So while discussing, my topic also, and hearing from Jitendra sir also, one of the thing which came up is, see, when we look at any of the innovations, when we look at, when we talk about reinvention innovations, one of the term which comes as the business model. And when we look at this business model, and we are seeing a lot of change, a lot of, a complete change, right? Complete dynamic, is changing in those business model, which is there. So one is, I would like to have your viewpoint on this, what, these changes are about, how it is coming in. And then second is, when a particular, maybe let's take a particular student or a particular, already an entrepreneur, or, a person is already working in a bigger company, and if they are looking a leader from a bigger company, when they are looking at these, what could be their way of responding to these, the business model, which is drastically changing with respect to time and the conditions. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm really glad to participate in this panel. I did not have the chance to follow all the discussion before. It has been a very crowded day for me in terms of different events, but generally I would say that the technologies enable a big change in business models, starting with education, of course, and all the possibilities that were favored by the distant learning and the use of these digital technologies. The same is applying to businesses and how they actually learn how to relate with other businesses across the world, based on the use of these technologies. So I was actually following a company prior to the beginning of this pandemic crisis, and the company was in the process of implementing IoT. It was a global business, and it was implementing IoT, and it was already trying to use some of the technologies that now seem to be our bread and butter. They were already using, or they were trying to implement them in a global scale. So, and actually trying to provoke change in their business model by using a completely new approach to what a global business could be in those days, so late 2019. So what I noticed is after the pandemic, the project actually got live really fast, and the business model actually changed from the perspective of how the company now manages the whole supply chain, and at the same time from the perspective on how the company actually engage with customers. So this is a change that was enabled by the quick adoption of technology that was already available. So in my view, and based in this and other cases that I have followed, there was actually a change already going on, and now we are just speeding up the change because of this very unique crisis that we never experienced before. So in my view, business modeling now is about just being as fast as you can to actually deploy solutions that were already there. There was nothing very new that came up with this crisis, but there was actually there are differences in terms on how quick companies can adjust, and the same we could say, for example, about universities and how they have been adjusting to this change. Of course, there are different situations, I would say, across the world. The starting point was already different, and of course, the adoption is different across the world. Because I am in touch with the universities from different locations, I see also different responses from people. So there is also this cultural element that would have a significant impact in the business models. You know, students in some countries are really responsive to this and are taking the most, and some for them is actually an opportunity because otherwise they could not have access at all to education. But for others, it's just boring and they are not really paying any attention anymore. So we have different profiles, and that's what this also has shown. You know, people are not reacting the same way. So I think this will be something to follow. But the question will be how actually are, you know, different countries, different businesses, and different people, how different they are in what matters technology, and how they can actually use technology to, you know, faster adjust, and in some cases to gain, you know, a better positioning in this very big world competition that we are facing, and we were already facing before, given, you know, especially China's uprising and, you know, in all the change that this has already provoked in markets. So I guess this is not about what is new, but is more about what are people doing with this newness, with this change, and how they are actually perceiving it and using it to get better advantages. So from a business model perspective, in some business there is significant change. In others, it's the same. I mean, Google, what did Google change with this pandemic? You know, but in manufacturing companies that were already global or shared operations in different locations, I mean, there is a completely new scenario. And because people could not actually travel, and you have really to manage your business from, you know, from different points, this was actually a big change. So that would be my comment, sir, and thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Leandro. Let me move on to Shrikant. Welcome, Shrikant. And you know, I was just listening to, you know, your profile. And, you know, I understand that you're coming from the television network and the advertisement, you know, side of the house. So we have not heard much about, you know, that area. And so what I would personally like to hear is, you know, what kind of, you know, things that you are seeing, you know, during the pandemic, after the pandemic, what changes you are seeing, and what kind of the innovations or reinventions that have actually been happening in this particular area of your Shrikant. So.
Firstly, thank you for having me here. I think they're both slightly different. I think the television business or the entertainment business has the many dimensions of entertainment business, and they have had probably some parts of it have had probably the most severe challenges possible, like cinemas, for example. Cinemas or large production houses who relied on big releases for big percentage of their revenue suddenly found that that didn't exist anymore, because as movie halls closed in the last year and a half, they haven't opened in most parts of the country. So they've had to find ways to get into OTT. That was their only option, a Netflix or an Amazon. That was their only option. So the biggest releases of the year were on OTT. There were no cinema releases. So I think what it did was to make them explore models which were lighter and faster, because I don't think there's any technology innovation, but it's more about speed to market. It's more about the investment behind a movie. If you have something really big riding on it, then you wait out the pandemic. So there was really not much a portion of them could do apart from wait it out. And that's where the whole resilience comes in. As an organization, how resilient are you? How able are you to keep going in the wake of zero revenues? So that, I think for the movie business, that was a big, not that I'm too qualified to talk about the movie business, but that was a serious setback, and it continues to the day. I don't think they make as much of OTT as they would do through a cinematic release. And of course, there are companies like PVR and who have virtually no revenues through the year. So that's one part of it. Television, I think a lot of the movement from television into over the top is anyway something that's going to continue. So while terrestrial television wasn't largely affected at all, in fact, the people sitting at home meant that more people consume more content, and this benefited both the classical television as well as some of the OTT players. But what really affected was advertising, because television relies a lot on advertising revenue to, as their basic revenue source. And because the pandemic hit businesses for many companies and organizations across sectors, advertising revenue dwindled. So suddenly you have large advertisers pulling out even of marquee events. So I think a lot of it was just resilience. I don't think there was things that they could do. They just had to wait it out and hope that things became normal again, because there were parts where they couldn't create new content. Shooting was banned. You weren't allowed to congregate. So I think what it did for that industry was to show patience. I don't think they had any other option largely. Wait it out and see what's on the other end and make the most of what they had. So there were reruns and reruns of reruns in the early parts of the pandemic. And then once it started, it's finding buyers for whatever shows they had or whatever movies they had. So I guess it's a wait and watch and be as resilient as you can and keep your organization motivated.
Yeah, this would have been I think once in a lifetime experience for this industry also, because I believe a lot of people would not have seen such a, disruption coming in. But obviously OTT is one of the, way out where at least, the filmmakers and maybe to some extent, maybe television show makers also might have found some relief. But as you said, advertisers is another area which, there was no way out, right? Or they could not think of, or might be they didn't have any option. I'm not sure. Uh, and what do you think? That could have been. There could have been a better response in that area, or is it just we have to stay and just look at it, the way it was coming in?
So I guess it depends on the sector. I think there were some sectors like FMCG. There was no real shortage of demand. In fact, there was shortage of supply at times because factories were slowing down. So there was no real shortage of demand. And there was a point when they didn't have to advertise to create demand because the demand was there and it was pent up in a way. And a lot of other people moved to digital, a lot more responsive, a lot more lead led, a lot more performance driven marketing rather than brand building advertising. But apart from that, if the client organizations don't have business, then there's really nothing the advertising company can do to create communication, because there's finally no outcome.
Right. Thank you, Shrikant. I think we'll come back in the due course. Moving on to maybe our panelists now, who have already talked about a few things before. So I will start with Dr. Jitendra. So while I just noted down one thing which you talked about. You talked about that there are startups which actually start doing new types of reinventions or the research, and then you incubate and you help them to go to the market and to get into the business as such. But you also talked about it will be difficult for any of the existing big organizations, right, which are already existing. And then in that system, the kind of framework that you have, I would like to understand whether that works for them, or if they want to make it work for themselves, what changes or what things they need to bring in into their existing or current the way they are working.
Relevant, very important question. There is a classical management thought process that I elucidated, that bigger companies basically are focused into the current product line, whatever is the market. So the employees orientation, all the employees, the structure is oriented towards working. Incentives are given in such a way that they are working towards protecting their existing market. That means the products are basically similar, or maybe same, but maybe similar. This is a classical business concept, which we are taught in the management school. However, there are exceptions, like GE, for example. GE, we know that they have been innovating in various products, and there are various theories that have been put for GE. However, let us talk about what is in vogue. What is it that is existing? One idea that big companies can have a different framework is, and which is happening now, is to create a separate innovation division, okay, where the incentives of the employees or the officers who are heading this, or their whole team, has to be incentivized on the new innovations, newer developments that is happening, and it can be directed towards that. That I already see in many companies like say Johnson and Johnson. They have created an incubation center themselves, innovation center. Johnson and Johnson, J Labs, they say. Biocon has created an incubation center themselves. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw. We have seen IT companies like Microsoft having their own incubator, accelerator. They say all incubator and accelerator are interrelated words, interchangeably words, but maybe incubator is more physical that we see, and acceleration is more business mentorship. However, we see that these changes are already happening with many organizations because innovation is the mantra. No organization can, they have learned a hard lesson now that actually speaking, they cannot survive without innovation because the world is changing at a very rapid pace, fast changing. Innovations are disrupting the market. They are simplifying the technologies. They are developing or disrupting the business models at altogether. They are disrupting the value chain models. For example, ATM, it has changed the whole system of remittance. Now the whole new business model, the old business model does not exist. Flipkart, all these aggregators. I think in coming days, in coming years, or you say future, these bigger companies, either they will have their own innovation labs where they will invest in innovations. They will encourage innovations relating to their own product line or their own business. But I also foresee that incubation centers such as Bangalore Innovation Center would be on the radar of the big industries, which we already see. A lot of companies, bigger companies like Association of Biotech-led Enterprises, they always is in touch with me. Okay, what is the new thing coming on? What is the new? So why? Because they want to interact with these startup companies and acquire them, merge, basically acquire them. This is what, so because that's the only way they can survive. Now you can say, you can view this in two different ways. One is, suppose take about biotechnology. We have a startup companies who are working on various fields. Say for example, one example I'll give to make it clear. One company has worked on, say, identifying, diagnosing COVID-19 in 5 minutes through a colorimetric test. He's a scientist, basically. Entrepreneur is a scientist. They are developing. Now his core expertise or core competency is science. If he has to develop this whole product and take it into a market, he must have a huge financial muscle. He must have, or she must have, access to the capital and all that, and so forth and so on. However, this is easier said than done. It is early stage venture capital is not existing in India. So bigger companies, they may approach these startup companies and say, okay, here's the deal. You license this technology to me. We will commercialize it. You take this licensing fees, XYZ, and you take the royalties. In a sense, this is not bad. However, when we talk about innovation and when we talk about startups culture, this may have a deleterious effect on this, because they may be short selling. They may be, they may be not given their due, pricing for the innovation. The innovation may be of great importance, but they are given peanuts. And also, the innovations can be bought by foreign multinational companies and branded as their own innovations. And it would appear that while the government is supporting the innovations at the grassroots and at the early risk stage, the harvest of these fruits are done by some other big companies. Who is gaining? Who is gaining here? Innovation ecosystem may not be gaining, although overall market forces are playing, and you may argue that, oh, this is market, this will operate like that. But as a country, we have to discourage this phenomena. We have to see that these startup companies grow to a much higher value chain before being acquired. So this is what I see the framework of the bigger companies as well as the startups on how the whole dynamics is playing out. And I think in future there will be more opportunities for higher valuation for these innovations as long as the government supports them at a higher, with a high gestation period, so that they can demand a better price for their products.
Thank you, sir. This is really helpful, and I think that's a trend which is going on, and yes, as you rightly said, we as a country need to think more and maybe nurture, few more startups or new ideas there. Thank you, sir. And coming back to Chirantan, I like to talk, what we discussed about FMCG, and a lot of good points which actually came up. So one of the things which I had in my mind is, see, there are two questions, basically two parts of the question. The first is, we talked about the demand during the pandemic. Another thing, didn't actually fall down, and that's why, if you look at from the customer side, there was demand because they always needed, at least from the FMCG side, there was always a demand there. But when you look from the manufacturing side of it, so manufacturing and logistics and even the distribution center, if you include the distribution center also as a piece of the whole group there. So what kind of changes, what kind of, things, you could see, in the last 1.5 years that they have made, certain interventions, or they have gone forward and tried to maybe, keep up to the demand which the customers is having on the other side. So that is the first part. The second part of the question is more from, for the customer angle. When it comes to, something like, I will be a little bit technical here. So we are looking at, let's say, something like Amazon's, Flipkart's, there are other e-commerce vendors which are coming up. And when you look at from the platform angle, Amazon is a platform, or Microsoft is a platform which is providing support to all these new, the distributions, if you call it a distribution side. But there is a monopoly which is getting created, right? If you look at, if Flipkart is working on Amazon infrastructure, okay, so that's the monopoly, right? Any day Amazon can pull a plug out, and then Flipkart can, they can make them dance on the tune, because they can change some policies, they can do something, and they can play with them, right? So how do you see that also playing into the minds of the distribution side, or on the people who are actually into this particular business, like the Flipkarts?
Well, as far as the last 1.5 years is concerned, the first question around how FMCG companies did see this through this period is obviously the first 3-4 months, like in every industry, people were dumbstruck and did not know what to do. Also, we had a series of lockdowns, and practically everything was standstill. You could not manufacture, you could not send trucks, you could not go to stores. So there was, as Shrikant mentioned, pent-up demand, and one just needed to supply it somehow. Fortunately, sensibilities prevailed, and groceries was defined essentials, and people could go to shop. People could supply products from distribution centers to retail consumers. Online deliveries were also later declared as essentials, and it kind of smoothened the entire process out. But as a side effect of all this, what happened was the FMCG companies did get a slap on their faces, saying, not only, I mean, obviously this is a once in 100 years kind of situation, but are we really geared up for any other alternate situations where We just can't even reach out to our consumers like we usually do. And hence started a bit of exploration towards technology partnerships. So companies got more serious about partnerships. A lot more registrations happened on the e-commerce portals. A lot more registrations happened on e-wholesale portals like Udan, Jumbotail, anyone who's doing e-commerce towards retailers, So that part grew. Uh, a lot more awareness, I would say that it did not result into something which we can see today, but it will result into something in the next 4 or 5 years. More awareness on being collaborative versus being exclusive. I think that kind of mentality did start. And even if it starts with the top 10 companies in India, it's a very good sign because till now it hasn't been there. They work in very closed cocoon kind of systems. And I now see a lot more partnerships from a tech adoption standpoint with larger players. And Dr. Jitendra also mentioning how does that innovation come about into a commercialized form, right? So those partnerships will have to work. Otherwise, there's just no way to go about it. Otherwise, we can continue to just sell soaps in the neighborhood stores for times immemorial. I mean, that will continue to be. But if technology interventions have to come in, somebody's at the top just have to be serious about it. That's about it. Even setting up innovation centers, as Dr. Jitendra mentioned, are kind of lip services many places, at least in the FMCG sector. I have fortunately worked in one such innovation center for Procter & Gamble. They were very, very serious about innovation. And our job was just to find outside an innovation and just implement it for the company first, and many other companies followed it later. So that's a very good model, but somebody just have to be serious that it is not the 1 month, 3 month pressure of delivering numbers which is taking over, but real serious thought about how innovation is going to change the businesses. It's like catching up a train with a goat on your head. And first put the goat in and then yourself get in. And it's difficult. You cannot ask the train to stop. It's a running business. But people have by and large come to be more aware about what all exists around them in form of technology or otherwise, and more open to collaborations. That is as far as the first question goes. I'm not too aware of the platforms or the monopolies that you talked about. My only limited knowledge tells me that there's a lot of good work happening there on that side. A lot of good startups have started from the other side, which is from the trade up to distributors, up to distributor management systems, up to manufacturing locations, warehouse management kind of things, and automations there. And I'm pretty sure they will also collaborate with the Amazons and the Microsofts and kind of work together or get sold out. Either which ways, there will be more.
Yeah, because a lot of these startups, they have to bank on these type of infrastructures, at the end of the day, which is provided
but there's enough capital coming in on that side. Dukan tech and Kirana tech and FMCG tech is becoming a
there are, and I can see those, and there are a lot of startups, which are really doing good in this area. But obviously on the technology side, I still feel, that we have to still look at, how India is going to cope up, because most of these tech startups.
Most of the tech innovations that are happening in the Kirana store setup, the FMCG Kirana store setup, are still limited to very few cities, very few stores. So it's a very, very long way to go, in spite of much billions of dollars invested into the system.
So thank you. Chintan. I'll just go back to Dr. Renato, and there is one more question which always when we talk to students always come up, and we start thinking about like what could be majorly if you look at I had listed it out. Let me read it. We are looking at the skill set now. Okay, so if we talk about the skill set which is required for this new, I may call it as interns or the new people who are coming into the market and going into the industry. So what could be after this pandemic? What do you think could be the new set of skills that these people should have or should take with them, so that they are successful for themselves as well as for the businesses in which they are going into.
Thank you very much for this question. It's a very interesting topic of discussion, I would say. But I guess that more and more students have to have a technological profile. They have to understand how to use technologies effectively, not only to problem solving, but actually for delivery. And that's where they are not that skilled, at least business students. So maybe, engineering students, they don't have sometimes the background from the product side, but they really know how to deliver it. And business students, they somehow they struggle to understand that. So I believe that business schools have to introduce more and more the technology in the curriculum of their programs. When I have my students in innovation, when we discuss emerging technologies, for most of them that's something completely weird. So they don't really understand. They struggle to figure out how this would affect their jobs and their lives. So they are not really prepared to see where the company is going to. And I think that's a major concern for business schools. They are too focused in all of course, the management, core tools, which are of course necessary. But we definitely have to add that extra layer. Otherwise, they won't be really useful for companies moving forward. I had an experience with a very technology-oriented startup, and they needed to set up their back office. So they asked me to help them hire people for the financial department. And none of the candidates, and the applicants, they were very good, but they could not really, for example, make a suggestion on how or what would be the right system, for example, for the back office of the company. So these guys, from that startup, they were engineers. They didn't want to hire people that could not actually make a proposal on a system, even if it's a very basic one, like for invoicing. A startup doesn't need much more than just invoicing, and managing collections, and basically the flow, that comes from the PO until the collection. So I was actually surprised because people, most students don't learn how to think about this. They understand what the system is, they understand what needs should be addressed by those systems, but they could never really have the necessary skills to make the right proposal. So I was actually surprised on how how much they need to get more technology in their programs. So I think that the profile in the future is actually having technology in the center, and then having all the other tools right in the periphery of that basic system, that basic core. And the basic core has actually to be related with technology. So we need to have more and more technology from early stages, elementary education. Students need to actually start to understand this from as early as possible. And then have business schools to really understand the strategic importance of technology, not having technology management as one elective course that very few students actually choose because it's complicated, and have it as a main element in their programs. So the profile in the future is a lot about this. People always need to find the best solution to delivery. And of course, there are some people that have to be focused on creating, on developing. I actually enjoyed a lot what the other panelists say about how innovation relates, especially Dr. Jitrendra, when he mentioned on how some companies actually use innovation as a short selling idea, which is completely outside the picture. So I really believe that people are not really connected to what's happening in the market. The students are not really connected. So when they enter the markets, they have some disadvantages when compared to more technology-oriented people. So when you go to recruitment process for even for a consulting company, they will always take an engineer rather than someone from a business school. And that's what I think it's really complicated these days. We have to understand technology in a different way. So that's one of the, one of the positive sides of this pandemic, because without technology, our life would have stopped. Most of the businesses would have stopped. So we have to now take this lesson and really internalize in universities and preparing the next generation of business leaders, of even middle managers. We need them to understand this and start acting accordingly. So that's what I would say about your question. Thank you.
Thank you. This is nice. I think, yes, we have to understand that. It's important. We need to do that. Coming to Shrikant, I understood there are a lot of question marks on the advertising side. You talked about a little bit on the advertising industry. So my question specifically here is, when we look at an advertising industry as a whole, there are, I believe, this is my, and you can please correct me. I believe there are two aspects to it. One is the domain aspect, which is very important, because when you are working in that, you should know, the domain of maybe whatever area you are working in. And I would like to also understand, what is the technology aspect of it? Does technology really helps, or it is just a medium for the advertisers to relay their whatever products or whatever things they are creating?
So I'll come at it from a communication company point of view, not from an advertiser point of view.
Sorry, I just, because advertising we talked about, so I thought
it's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
I think increasingly more and more, and I'm saying communication because advertising was what it was probably a decade or so ago. Now I think I'll just democratize and make it
democratizes communication. Yeah.
So I think increasingly technology is going to play a bigger and bigger and bigger role in how agencies shape themselves, because primarily a lot of what advertising was even 5 years ago has changed. Now increasingly people want to be more performance driven. People want results. There's a lot more tracking, there's a lot more metrics, and there's a lot more accountability to communication now, and all of that is possible with technology. So yeah, technology is going to play a huge role in how typical advertising companies shape themselves going forward.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think when I look at from the technology perspective, right, and this is just this thing, so another aspect is how do you look at the communication piece, globally? Like, for example, if I have to compare the Indian industry settings with maybe something more developed countries, or maybe other countries which are there. So how do you see, these things or these aspects in the communication piece, basically differs, or is there any difference, or it is still remains the same, or like, is the cultural, to be specific, is the cultural aspect really plays a role here, or?
No, it does. I think culture plays a role in communication everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we look at it, the more nuanced communication is, the more impactful it's going to be, and the more relevant it is to a certain culture. So I think it's a bit unfair to compare us to any other market, because there's a lot of things that we're playing catch up in. I mean, especially from a technology point of view, especially from access to communication on various devices point of view. It's going to get better as more and more people have smartphones. That is going to change. So I don't think it's for want of trying. We're going to get there eventually, but the cultural aspect will not change. I think there's going to be very few one-size-fits-all communication for India. And in fact, I think one of the benefits of technology is the possibilities of customization, not just from a cultural point of view, but even from an individual preference point of view. So if I go to a travel website, basis my browsing history or basis my interests, I will get communication which is very different from, say, for example, what you would get or any of the other panelists would get. So I think the fascinating possibilities of technology for the communication business is personalization, and personalization to any level which benefits. I mean, for a detergent brand, personalization beyond a point is not necessary. But for other categories like travel, like auto, it's huge, because I'm not then trying to create plain vanilla communication that appeals to 10 million people. I'd rather create something that appeals to 100 people, but far more nuanced and far more targeted. So that's where all the breakthroughs are happening already.
Yes, and that's what I was going to add, and that's where technology is playing a really a good role. Bringing those kind of nuances that you look at, right? You understand people. You again, that data points comes in, which Nathan was also talking about. Now we are at a stage where we're able to capture a lot of information, and also maybe do a lot of churning onto it, and bringing out some aspect of personalization which you talked about, and can be feed it back. The technology always comes in. I believe that also becomes a strong core point in the communication business as well. I think this was really good. I'll come to Dr. Muralidhar. He was one of our first speakers, and I would like to have maybe the last question from the panel side to him, and then I will open up for all of us. If anybody wants to give a last minute any comment to everybody. Jitan sir, Gandhi sir, Chintan, everybody, and sir. So Muralidhar sir, I just want to have a quick thought on from you, in terms of, you talked about the difference, right, between at India level, basically, between the people who have access to say a simple thing as a tab or a mobile phone or a smartphone, to somebody in the rural state, where they are struggling. You showed some photographs there, in your talk, that shows, people struggling to even find an internet there. So the question is, if say, that disparity is still, we are still going to face that disparity for over, few years. It's not going to finish in maybe another year or so. That will still remain. People don't have access to infrastructures in that rural area. So from that point of view, I would like to understand, how our, the policies or the government policies or the government processes should look at, or as a teacher I should look at, or as a educator, in any level or capacity should I look at.
Thank you very much for that. I think that's a very, very important area, and that's where the digital divide is begins, for the teachers and the children in rural areas, especially in the government schools. Well, just as in the case of health, we have seen the people struggling to get oxygen, oxygenated beds, etc. The infrastructure has to develop. We have neglected both health and education over the past so many years. We are not given any importance to it. And we boast of being IT capital of India, Bangalore, but we don't have the basic facilities for these children. So my point is that we will have to invest. Massive investments have to be done, both in terms of money and in terms of ideas. That is, preparing teachers. This IT education in ITC must become a part and parcel of every teacher training program, whether you do a B.Ed or whatever. And the school where we were going to regularly before the pandemic struck, we had to even teach the headmaster and a couple of other teachers how to use email. Because nowadays, most of the educational records are in digital form. So every teacher needs to be educated to open up a file and check the student record, all the inputs they have to give. So what this teacher was doing, he used to go on his motorbike about 10 kilometers to the local education office personally. And then he would fill in the statistics, daily details of student absenteeism, who came for lunch, etc. He used to fill in hand. He could have done it sitting in his office in the school if he was, a little bit IT savvy. So it doesn't take much knowledge to acquire. It's a little bit of that. So the massive training programs have to take place in all the schools, particularly in rural areas, and infrastructure development is a must. You must have proper electricity backup has to be there, internet connection, at least a couple of computers need to be there, functioning ones in the school. And of course, this Geo and Google combining together, they are promising to bring the cheapest mobile phone in the world. So if that happens, I think that will be a good thing that even poor children can have access to a smartphone and start using it. So yeah, these are some of the things I have to do. Private enterprises will have to come in, government will have to come in. It has to become a knowledge-based society right from the start, right from primary school. And as I said, the curriculum has to become more integrated. We need, the amazing thing about this pandemic is it has brought us so close to the virus, which we cannot see. And even a simple cough and sneeze can infect so many people. And even today, many people don't understand that they have to wear a mask. So this kind of education must start right from the early childhood. Water, sanitation, hygiene, these are all extremely essential. So I hope the education departments will wake up and make these things happen. It's not difficult to do it. You have to have the mind to do it. We can do it. People are there to help.
Finally, I'd like to thank all of you, all the panel members. It was really a good discussion. At the end, any one of us has any comment or any last minute, if you want to put something on the forum, it's open to you for all of us. So anyway,
I just want to thank again the conveners for inviting. That's about it.
Yeah, so I think we are open for any questions from the audience, if it's there, or it's over to the MC right now.
Thank you so much, sir. A big thank you to all the panelists who joined us for this international conference today. It was indeed a pleasure to hear from each one of you from representing various sectors, talking about such innovative topics. Thank you so much. On behalf of the KGI family, I would like to thank each and every one of you. And as a token of our appreciation and gratitude, I would like to present virtual mementos to all our panelists. I would request the tech team to kindly present them on screen. First of all, Mr. Deepak Bagchi, Senior Manager, Technology Innovation Center, TIC Coforge. Thank you so much, sir, for moderation for us.
Thanks a lot. It's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting.
Thank you, sir. I would like also to thank Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, Bangalore Bioinnovation Center, Department of IT, BT, and S&T, Government of Karnataka. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for the session today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was my pleasure. It was a great learning experience.
Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. K.N. Gandhi, Senior Nomenclatural Registrar, Harvard University, Boston, USA. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us such an informative ideology on such important topics. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Renato Pereira, Professor of General Management from Lisbon, Portugal. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your views with us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Shrikant Sarathi, co-founder, The Core Question, ex-VP Leo Burnett, and ex-Marketing and Creative Services Director at Walt Disney. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time and being here for our panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Last but not the least, I would also like to thank Mr. Chirantan Babra, Business Leader, Food and FMCG Division, Uran. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us for this international conference.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
I would like to thank all the panelists once again for joining us for this session. We have amongst us Mr. Arvind Kulkarni, VP Analytics, Nirman Healthcare Technologies, Arizona. May I request Ms. Chaitra to present the profile of our guest.
Good afternoon. It is my privilege to present the profile of Mr. Arvind Kulkarni. Mr. Arvind Kulkarni is the Vice President of Analytics, Healthcare Analytics Executive, Clinical Performance, Database Development, and Robotic Process Automation. He is a healthcare analytics executive with an extensive experience providing IT operation management and analytics leadership for leading healthcare organizations. Mr. Arvind's clinical performance expertise demonstrated the ability to help healthcare practice hospitals and networks to reduce the cost of care and increase revenue by integrating data from multiple external sources with their EMR. He built and led a new robotic process automation team from the ground up at Nirman Healthcare Technologies. Dr. Arvind has proven track record of success giving monthly demonstration to stakeholders and senior leadership team. Speaking of Mr. Arvind's experience, he was the Director of Information Technology in FACE International Limited. He was the Director of Clinical Performance Analysis in Banner Health. He was also the Senior Director of Analytics in Equality Health, and currently he is the Vice President Analytics of Nirman Healthcare Technologies, Arizona, US. On behalf of KGI family, we welcome you, sir, to our international conference. And now, we kindly request you to address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arvind Kulkarni. I work as VP Analytics at Nirman Healthcare Technologies in Chandler, Arizona. I'm going to talk on the primary care pediatric practice quality metrics, intervention, and analytics. Here, I have tried to represent some of the entities in healthcare, like standalone hospitals, group of hospitals, primary care practices like adult, pediatric, OBGYN, outpatient surgery centers, and in some states we have standalone ER centers, diagnostic labs, urgent care centers, pharmacies, and medical group networks. The payment for the services rendered to the patients at all these entities is made by the payers like United Healthcare, Mercy Care, Health Choice, Magellan, and some commercial payers like Aetna, Cigna, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, etc. Before I move forward, I wanted to let everyone know that in US, healthcare industry is the most regulated industry, unlike any other. Okay, let's dive in. Now, the healthcare cost in US is increasing every year at the rate of, say, 2 to 4%. 18% of the GDP as of today is spent on healthcare, which is approximately $4 trillion. The hospital account for 1/3 of this cost, followed by physician and clinics, drugs, etc. So there's always a push to reduce the cost of care and to increase the outcomes. Now, the healthcare industry is moving from volume-based to value-based care. This happened about, say, 10 to 12 years ago. One of the efforts to cut the cost of care, an attempt is made by having primary care centers in and around the hospital so that the patients can be treated by a PCP, which is primary care physician, and avoid, if possible, the visit to the ER. The urgent care centers also exist, which are open 24 hours. And also a lot of services are provided by these urgent care centers, including X-ray, things like that. The goal is to avoid the visit of a patient to a hospital in the nighttime, per se, as the cost of ER is, say, 10 to 12 times more expensive than a visit to a clinic. You can see how the healthcare is always connected with the cost. Now, when you move from, like I was telling you in the last slide, that the healthcare has moved from volume-based care to value-based care, the quality of care and the outcome becomes much more important. And the quality is measured by KPIs, that is key performance indicators. The quality metrics are based on a lot of research and evidence-based practice and are reviewed every year by many recognized institutions, including HADIS. The quality measures are different at hospitals compared to the practices. You can see some of the examples of quality metrics at a hospital and primary care practice. I will cover more on the primary care pediatric practice quality measures in the next slide, but this gives you an idea of why quality metrics are, what are the quality metrics and why are they important, especially in the hospital side, where they may try to cut down the readmission rate or the average length of stay, or to avoid the hospital-acquired infections. If that is a goal, you have to have measures that you monitor all the time and improve upon those. In the same way, when you go to the primary care, say adult clinic, the colorectal cancer screening, the breast cancer screening, and uncontrolled diabetic management, all these becomes important. But I'm concentrating more on the primary care pediatric metrics that I will cover in my next slide. Here, I have put some of them, not all the metrics that you monitor in a pediatric center. They are called WC15, WC34, AWCB, alcohol and tobacco screening, STOH, which is the social determinants of health, the asthma, and the developmental screening. So those I have highlighted already. Let's take one example of WC15. It's a measure, the number of babies who visited at least 6 times before they turn 15 months old. Usually the 2 of the visits happen before they turn 1 month, followed by visits on alternate months. The vaccinations are given at these visits and developmental screening is also done, like it shows on the slide, at 9 months and 18 months period. The WC34 is for kids between the age of 3 to 6. Clinics have to achieve around, say, 80, sometimes even 85% performance on these metrics. That is to say that 80% of patients need to have at least 1 annual visit to the doctor during their 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th year of age. Of course, the other metrics are there. When a child turns 11 years old and until the child is 21, every year during their annual visit, the doctor or the MA is going to ask about the alcohol screening, and they're going to do the tobacco screening, things like that. Okay, let's move on. Now, why are these quality metrics important? Yes, you did move from volume-based to value-based, but now we have to improve the value, right? So one of the goal is to achieve the population health management. The population or the patients that are attached to your practice need to have a good life, and to reduce the overall cost in turn during the patient's lifespan. Of course, when you maintain these metrics, there is an increased reimbursement from the payers. Of course, your patients are satisfied and they may refer other patients to your practice. So that's how the member attribution also increases. But there's one more component attached to it, especially in Arizona. Our Medicaid program is known as ACCESS, Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, where they have a targeted investment program to incentivize providers to achieve selected quality metrics based on the type of practice. So these metrics that the state has mandated to achieve depends upon whether you're a pediatric practice or you're an adult practice or you're a behavioral health practice or you're an integrated health practice. And if you meet those goals or the targets, there is a very good amount or a good check that comes from the state. But if you fail to achieve, there is no penalty as such. We just are going to finish the first 5 years of that program this October. And we hope that the state will extend this program by 5 more years. So the quality always brings the revenue also to your practice. Now, when you're doing all these quality metrics, quality measures, making sure that everyone is healthy and things like that, you can also at the same time with the data that you have, come up with some intervention like preventive or therapeutic. In preventive, the goal is to prevent or proactively act on the disease prevention or early detection and intervention. Of course, that happens every time a patient comes to the clinic, annual visit or the screenings that you do at the clinic or the vaccinations that you give to the patient. I was talking with a doctor here in one of my previous jobs, and the doctor said, Arvind, I'm always worried about the patients who are not in my clinic or who have not come to my clinic. When a patient comes to my clinic, I see him in person, I can go through all the lab results, there I can see the trend, I can come up with a treatment plan for them, that's all good. But what about the patients who have never come to my clinic and I'm responsible for them? So that's why the annual visit of the patient to a practice is very important. And that's where the analytics, which I'm going to cover later on, will play a role there. Of course, in the therapeutic intervention, the doctor, the provider, treat and mitigate the effect of the disease that the patient may have to reduce the morbidity and disability by either aggressive medication, radiation, or therapy, whatever the case may be. And unfortunately, in some cases, the disease may not be curable, but definitely the doctors will try their best to control the issue that a patient has. Now, the analytics is very important to achieve whatever we covered so far. Every practice uses a system called EMR, that is electronic medical record, where all the information is stored about the patient visit, the CPT codes, the ICD codes, the progress notes, the medication, the lab results, everything that happens between the doctor and the patient is captured in this EMR. So it's easy for the analytics people to get that information from the EMR through an automated process and use the RPA, robotic process automation, because most of the EMR, they don't share their database. There are exceptions. So the robotic process automation will go into the EMR and capture the necessary information of the patients, all the vitals and everything that I told before, passes that through the rules engine, where using the data now, you can come up with how the practice is performing on the quality metrics, and you can display the data in very interactive, informative, live dashboards and at the same time give insights to the providers. Other thing that you can do is that now that you have the data, you can come up with risk stratification based upon number of factors, including the health condition of the patient, the vital signs, the medications that they're taking, the age, the gender, their visits to the ER and hospital. Put them all together and come up with a very nice predictive modeling to come up with who are the members who are low risk for your practice, or who are at a medium risk, or who are high risk members. Once you put them into a, say, for example, high risk bucket or category, you can have a regular visits of those patients so that you can monitor their health. At the same time, it is important to monitor the medium risk patients because you don't want them to go into the high risk category. So you have to mitigate their issues and try to control whatever the issue that the patient has. And the patient that are in low risk, you have to try your best to keep them in that low risk only. Now, here are some of the metrics that you can show it to your practice or to the C-suite we call CEO, CFO, CTO, all those people, how your practice is performing with respect to the different metrics, what is the target, and where you are on a given day. It's highly recommended that you update this data on a daily basis. And also, you can tell in your patient population how many members are diabetic or who are hypertension or who have obesity or where the pulse rate is above 100, so that it gives an insight to the providers to treat their patients accordingly. The vaccinations are very, very important. Like I said in WC15, the kid has to come minimum 6 times, or not the kid, the baby has to come minimum 6 times to a practice before the baby turns 15 months old, so that all the necessary vaccinations can be administered. The ED and IP visit status is very important in the sense that when a patient visits an ED or is discharged from a hospital, it is recommended that they have to see their PCP within 7 days. And the research has shown that if the patient visits the doctor within those 7 days, the hospital readmission rate decreases a lot. Because anything that is going on, if what medications were given, or if there is an infection on anything, the doctor can detect in the clinic itself, and then necessary action can be taken so that they don't go back to emergency again the next day or the next 2 days. Here, the same thing. Let me go deeper into the ADT alerts, that is admission, discharge, and transfer. The HIE is Health Information Exchange in Arizona, and I know it exists in many more states too, where all the hospitals in the state share the data of the patient visit with HIE, and HIE in turn will share that data with the practices. I have given an example here, John Doe, with the account number, the date of birth, and what was the type of visit. Was it an ED emergency visit or was it an inpatient discharge? What day did it happen? When does the 7-day expire? So that when you call this patient, you know that the patient visit needs to be scheduled within those 7 days. And a lot of payers, before giving more members to your practice or before they increase the reimbursement for your practice, they look at the visits per 1,000 and also the hospital readmission rate. And if your members are visiting more than 3 times, I sometimes call them as frequent flyers. We don't want people to go, more than 3 times or sometimes more than 5 times to an emergency. If they do, then they fall into these frequent flyers, and you need to schedule those patients on a regular basis so that they don't go back or they don't keep visiting the emergency again and again. Okay. Now, I would like to thank your time for, hearing to me, and also to KRUPANIDHI institution for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share some of the work that I do, but working closely with the clinics on operational quality and revenue metrics. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye now.
In our international conference, as well as all eminent speakers who joined us from different parts of the world to be here and disseminate their knowledge. I would also like to thank our management for giving us this opportunity today. With this, we are almost towards the end of our conference. And for all participants, I would like to inform you all that you can download your e-certificates by clicking on the Download Certificate tab available on the right-hand corner of the main screen. There's a trick to graceful exit. It begins with a vision to recognize when a job, a life stage, or a relationship is over and let it go. It means leaving what's over without denying its validity or its past importance to our lives. But it involves a sense of future, belief that every exit line is an entry that we are moving up rather than out. We finally come to the end of our two-day conference, and I hope it has been an experience that has accentuated your growth and learning curve. With this thought, I now request Dr. Prakash A. Sir, convener KRUPACON 2021, to present the conference proceedings.
Good evening. I really am honored to make a presentation of the total KRUPACON 2021 proceedings. We started the entire conference yesterday with a motivational talk by our dynamic director, Dr. Sam Thor. He motivated us to take how it is going to be, look at the new challenges. The challenges in resuscitation and make adapting all the things which is required to face the world, business world specifically. How the pandemic has changed the world, how we are going to be reinventing, followed by our academic director, Professor Rizwan sir, also confirmed that we have to go into reinventing and also adapt to the new technologies. Before that, we had our dynamic team. Welcome everybody, all of us, pushed us, I'll say pushed us, motivated us to continue the challenge of conducting the KRUPACON conference, third annual KRUPACON conference, which has been a success because of your participation. That's how we looked at our dynamic director, dynamic team, Dr. Sarita Iyer. We also had a wonderful talk, motivational talk by our Vice Chairman, First Lady. She also said 3 things which are affecting the during the pandemic. We have to take care of health hazards, getting into financial crunch. How do we overcome all this financial crunch? By really looking at our emotional control. We have to control our emotions and face the upheavals. Balance the emotions, which could remove the unwanted negative things, thoughts, and take care of our health, emotion, and then move forward. Next, we had Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who also appreciated KRUPACON's 35 years of research, development, and also encouraging the education in all the quality standards. Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who is the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, really appreciated our dynamic chairman, Dr. Suresh Nagpal, who also today said that we have to nurture. Teachers are the one who can make the future young generation, make the future of use the technology, not just the technology getting into the classroom, learning only the academics. He focused, which has made the pharma industry and also pharma education system, connecting the industry to the classroom reading. He said that industry academic connect has to be there. They have to be collaborating. And that's how he brought in the culture of industry connect, making value addition to the students who graduate out of KRUPANIDHI are the best in Karnataka. Not only in Karnataka, we have made our recognition, KRUPANIDHI recognition in India. That's how he always encouraged the education system. Followed in the yesterday's theme of our conference, we had invited one of the consulting companies, consulting director, Anala Padmanabha. She also made her points very clear in building the resilience in all aspects of business. The holistic way of looking at right from human capital to operational excellence to coming up, implementing the operational resilience, which can bring out sustenance, perform, and we need to be continuing to improve the performance, give the best, not just the perform best kind of things. Businesses are always have gone into different kind of resilience. Now we have looking at operational resilience, then we also looked at organization resilience, and then we have looked at reputational resilience also. Followed by Pranav Chetia, who spoke from Singapore. He spoke about future young minds, which has to be kept going. He also said that apps, it is not the technology which is going to be the real threat in any management graduate. No need of learning engineering, no need of getting the technology graduation. A person who had done his chemistry, that's a Bachelor of Science, got into management school, and now he is also leading as a HR in a large innovation company, Volvo. He said that use the technology of how to run even the human resources department. Start developing an application. Apply all those things using your intelligence. Continuously have learning. You do not have to learn about coding. You can just go and then start using the apps and then implement that as a best practice. That's a digital transformation which has happened. We also heard about Mr. Samir, who gave a real reality of real estate industry in India. He also spoke about the Make in India projects, which has brought in most of the young people looking at the real estate industry per se, which is recognized. Then Samir also said, what should we do? And we have to be true to our own way of getting the things. And he also said, apply what is going to be learning, continuous keep learning. It is a never-ending process. Learning is a lifetime. Use the technology at the age, even at the senior citizen level. Today, he can beat the techie managers like all the technology managers which are coming out. We also looked at the healthcare sector, which has been addressed by James Jordan, who spoke from USA again. He also gave the clarity on cost in healthcare systems, the cost of data analytics, which has given you the predictive analysis. You can predict when anything happens for human beings, how it can be taken care, or whether you're going to really go physically to the doctor, or should we have to consult over your video conferencing or phone. That's the way the technology has helped in different. And I also said that healthcare industry, not just thinking of hospitals. Your healthcare industry has got insurance vertical. Then we also have biotech services, medical systems, hospice, and non-hospital supplies. These are all comprising of the healthcare analytics. Today morning, we started with keynote address by former Vice Chancellor of University of Fiji, Professor Muralidhar. He also enlightened us. The technology has helped getting into the schools. The schools, which has been now have become the focal point, which students can use OECD and then children's participation and using the technology. They have to rethink and embed evaluation systems. He also said that there are few of the organizations which can provide the tablet or mobile handsets which can reach the rural population, rural children going to the school. That's how we have to be looking at getting into the digital platform of learning and also getting offline and online way of learning. Then we have had Deepak Bakshi, who spoke about artificial intelligence and then machine learning. He also said, you have to train the people, educate the people how to use. He has also mentioned that the CEOs or chief people officer called as CPOs are also getting into learning, implementing artificial intelligence, making the organization specific domain structure to help use the previous data collected over a few years and make your decision more informed decision looking at the data points. He also said the predictive maintenance in industries, predictive maintenance of industrial Internet of Things. That's called as IIoT. We are also looking at all these things. Now, next speaker, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, also spoke about the reinvention in 360-degree angle. That also gives you to provide more usable products for a long time. Don't think of only product life cycle, what we think in management school. You have to be using the products for a long time. Before it goes to maturity, it has to continue and then make that kind of. He also said that biotechnology innovation, which happens with the research and in innovation, it has to be incubated, and Karnataka government has helped to go with the biotech or clustering of the industry. He also said that biotechnology also requires management students to make the business plan as an entrepreneur. Next, we also had a talk by Chirantan, who spoke about FMCG industry touch points. The touch points which can collaborate the retail chain to reach the customer at any given point of time. It can look at increasing the sales, increasing the distribution system, merchandising, and then data understanding and patterns in data collection, and also reaching the customer, target customer on time without even looking at the brick and mortar kind of businesses. Then we had another speaker, Mr. Srikanth, who spoke about the speed of communication in market. The resilience has to be going into the market, go to the market with the speed where before it really gets into the competitive kind of environment. He also said the models of communication has changed in the pandemic, especially it has hit the movie making industry. We also had a forum of panel discussion, which also ended. Now, this is how I'd like to summarize entire proceedings. I request Professor Antra to take it forward.
Thank you so much, sir. For the last part of the valedictory function, I would like to invite Dr. K.N. Gandhi, who is the Senior Nomenclatural Registrar, Harvard University. Sir, we request you to kindly deliver the valedictory address.
Can you upload? Yes. Can you upload the file, please?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'll display it for you. Sir, is it visible?
Wait, 1 minute. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Here, would you please restrict the time as low as possible, maybe less than 20 minutes, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Next. Okay. Since you are all in business school, whether you are pertaining to technology or just money, I thought you should still know the very basic term, economy and ecology and ecosystem. They're all interconnected with the very first two letters, wherein it starts with EC or ICOS from Greek. And essentially, the very term economy, it came from the Greek term economos, feeding the family. Next slide, please. I will mention at the very end. Please go ahead. So, feeding the family, that's how the very term economy was coined. Next one. So now we are usually the slogan, think globally and act locally. Many of you may not know that in 1757, there was what we call the East India Company, which was in charge of the Bengal region. And they were responsible to collect the revenue and administer that area. Next one. Around late 1760s and early 1770, there was a big famine in the Bengal area, and thousands of people died, and there was starvation, and the East India Company did not have any income. Alternatively, in order to maintain their business, they contacted King George in UK and asked the king to permit the East India Company to sell tea in United States. So now, until then, the tea was quite expensive in US, but the East India Company could sell tea at a cheaper rate because there was no taxation on the tea. Already there was unrest in US protesting against the rule of King George. They wanted an independent country. And the sale of tea with the East India Company infuriated the Americans further. And then there was what we call the dumping of the tea that came from the East India Company in Boston Harbor. That started the American War of Independence. Next one. Next.
Sir, I have changed it. There could be a slight network problem.
Okay. So now, in 18th century and early part of 19th century, tea was a very popular drink in Europe and also in US. At that time, the tea came from China, and the British people wanted to or planned to destroy the tea trade that was flourishing very well in China. Alternatively, they looked for tea within India. Even though tea is very common in India, tea drink, it all started only after 1850. Around 1820s to 30s, the tea plant, a wild tea plant, was located in Assam area. They took that plant and then they cultivated and brought to what you call something that is acceptable for drinking. When once they did that, then they stopped importing tea. And the non-export of tea in China collapsed nearly 1/3 of the economy of the Chinese country at that time. I'm talking about 1850s. About 100 years later, same thing happened in India when the Manchester, which spun cotton nearly 65% in 1930. So now it demolished the handloom industry in India. So now what happened in China? The destruction of tea industry. What happened in India around early part of 20th century? The destruction of handloom industry. So these things, one was political, the other was technology. Next one. Hello, next. Can I? So now India was in London. Next. So this is the Boston Tea Party wherein tea was dumped in the harbor in 1773. This is not Indian tea. This tea in 1773, it was Chinese tea sold by East India Company. Many Indians, including the former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, erroneously believed that it was India tea that was dumped and in Boston, and it was the India tea that was responsible to trigger the American War of Independence. No, I make it clear, tea was discovered in India only in 1830s, whereas the Boston Tea Party, that is dumping the tea in the sea, took place in 1773. Next. And finally, in 2005, it was an Indian who bought that tea company. Now the East India Company is owned by an Indian. Next. So now, as some of you already mentioned in the morning, for me it is still morning, in the talks about major corporations holding power, and recently the President Biden issued an executive order that the major companies should not dominate the market, should not hold the whole power. They should allow small-scale industries to survive so that there could be better competition. Whether that's going to be successful or not, we have to see. This is a recent order. Next one. So now in USA, many corporations support universities because only in university, well, in the whole country, only the professors have what you call permanent jobs. So they can do their research without fear, without hesitation, and they can continue the way they like. But at the same time, other people, other researchers who do not have that permanent job, have the put face losing the job, which I'm going to show in the next one. Next. Dr. Kariko, who migrated to US from Hungary, she was very much interested in molecular biology. She did remarkable research on what you call messenger RNA. But at that time, in the beginning, she was encouraged, but in early 1990s, the funding for mRNA research was almost nil. The university didn't like it because in order to pay the people, pay the salaries of the people, and do the research and maintain the lab, they need the funding. Unless the funding flows either from government or from individual corporations, things could not be sustained at the same level. So when the funding for mRNA research was diminished, she was even demoted at University of Pennsylvania. But finally, she was able to continue her research with a fellow colleague, Drew Weissman, and it was her research, whatever she published at that time, it was her research that was finally responsible to find a vaccine cure for this Corona-19, which the two vaccines which came in US, Pfizer and Moderna, It was based on the research that she did in 1990s. Look at the irony. Because what she did, she almost lost her job. But what she did became the fundamental basis for producing the two important vaccines within USA. I don't know about India, what was the basis for the vaccine, but this is how it was in US, and it became a big news. And the talk is that Carico could be what you call a candidate for a Nobel Prize. Next one. So now academic research, for example, on your fingertip, whatever green segment you see, each one is a plant. I'm repeating, each one is a plant. Next one. I'm showing an individual segment with a flower. The whole body, the whole plant body is just 1 millimeter or even less. Next one. Next. This is a very big flower, Rafflesia, which is measuring 6 foot in diameter. It's a total parasite. Next one. That big flower is related to this small flower, which is only about 1 centimeter in size. I gave the 2 examples. One, a very minute plant body measuring only 1 millimeter in size. Then a very large flower measuring 6 foot in diameter and a total parasite, which is related to a very small flower, which is measuring only 1 centimeter based on the DNA research. Next one. So now that was academic interest. Just last week, an Indian molecular biologist published on slime mold. What was the basis for the slime mold to spread? In what direction does it do? Does it spread towards the source of food or based on the physical aspects, that is the physics? And surprisingly, they found that the physical mechanism, the physics plays a dominant role in the movement of slime mold, which is one-celled organism which can grow to 1 meter. One-celled organism which can grow to 1 meter, not having a brain, how it was able to make its decision. So now again, this is a theoretical approach. This is an academic interest. So now in what way this academic interest, this finding that an organism without a brain was making a decision just like a person with a brain does. This is academic interest. In future, this may lead to something else. Next one. This is what I mentioned. It's about the slime mold. Next one. So now here is the applied aspect of the interest. In buildings, especially in the ceilings or on the wall surface, cracks do appear. Someone came up with the idea, why not we mix certain fungi? So now one was trichoderma, along with the cement and some nutrition, and construct the ceiling. What might happen? If there is a crack, then that fungus would grow and seal the crack. So self-healing. So this is what we call an applied aspect of the same fungus. Previously, I just mentioned how a fungus without a brain could act. That's theoretical knowledge. Here is a applied research, sealing the cracks using the fungus. Next one. Fibonacci numbers. Probably you might have heard in your classes, like 0, 1, 1 plus 0, 1, then 1 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 2, 5. So now this is what we call Fibonacci numbers. Now, next one, sunflower. You all know that. But the arrangement of flower. Sunflower is not one flower. In this particular figure, there are a few hundred flowers clustered together. And the arrangement is following the Fibonacci number: 0, 1, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 8, something like that. So now this is theoretical knowledge. Next one. Based on that arrangement, in technology, in engineering, they come up with what they call energy creating apparatus. They put thousands of heliostats, mirrors, in the same way, just like the flowers are arranged in sunflower. This occupied 20% less space, and it was more efficient. What they did was, all these mirrors, they just turned along with the movement of the sun or the position of the sun and reflect the sunlight, the sun heat, a boiler, heating and then producing energy. So here is something applicable from plant to technology. Next one. The same thing, next one. You all know pomegranate. What you may not know, look at the seeds. The way the seeds are arranged within the pomegranate, it gave an idea. Next one. Next. Sorry, put the previous one. Idea to scientists in Stanford University to invent batteries in such a way, all those anodes are clustered together, as in the case of pomegranate fruit with the seeds clustered. It was very efficiently done, and this model is based on the seed arrangement within the pomegranate. So learning from nature, applied to technology. Next one. Next, the same thing what I explained. Lotus leaf. It is a theoretical knowledge how the lotus leaf, which is floating on water, doesn't get decay and look fresh. Next one. Based on this lotus leaf's character, that is floating on water but not getting decay, it gave idea to German technocrats to synthesize a paint called lotus leaf effect paint, which they started using on the exterior surface. And whenever it rained, then the dust particle would be washed away. The surface became clean, self-cleaning. That paint was based on the mechanism of this lotus leaf. When the talk was given in my herbarium about 10 years ago, I was lamenting. Indians know about lotus leaf for thousands of years, but we didn't apply that aspect to create something useful in technology. Next one. You all know about pitcher plant. If something drops in, it slips down and cannot come back. Next one. The same thing, just showing you. Then the Harvard people, they come up with a solvent. They called it as slips. So they based on the mechanism of the pitcher plant and created a new solvent, which is widely useful in the medical area. So again, they learned that from the mechanism of the pitcher plant. Next one. The cucumber tendril. You know what a tendril is. So now the one that's coiling and sticking to that stick there. If we carefully observe, somewhere in the middle of that tendril, the coiling one, there is a straight segment. Below that segment and above that segment, the coiling is in a different way, clockwise and anti-clockwise. Even Darwin observed that more than 100 years ago. You all know about Charles Darwin and evolution. He couldn't understand why this is happening. What is the purpose? Just about 10 years ago, Harvard technocrats used that mechanism to make some industrial springs for some purposes. So they learned making that industrial spring just based on the tendrils in the cucumber plant. Next time when you see a cucumber plant, see how the coiling is. Next one. The same thing what I mentioned. So now there is academic interest, there is self-inherited knowledge. About 5 years ago, pythons became a menace in Florida, in USA. Now, all these zoologists with PhDs, scientists, they tried their level best to eradicate, nothing happened. Then the specialist, who is seen on the extreme right, he said, give me some little funding, I will get some people from South India, they know that how to capture all these wild pythons. The town agreed, and all those dark-skinned people, like the two people you see, they came from South India, and they were able to trace the snakes, all those pythons, and caught them, almost all of them. All the scientists were perplexed because the way they were capturing, it is not written in any textbook. And these people, they didn't even go to middle school. They had only something like basic education, elementary level, and they did something phenomenal, what these scientists could not do. It was intuition. Next one. So you know about marijuana plant, and often there is what I call recognition. One who is called cannabis sativa, other is called cannabis indica. Again, this is academic interest. Next one. In 1972, a person in New York was arrested because he was growing the cannabis plant. He argued, no, he didn't grow this drug-yielding plant. Next one. And Harvard scientist gave his opinion stating there are two different plants. Another scientist at New York Botanical Garden said, no, they are all the same. So two different academic opinions, two different eminent people. The court agreed with the New York scientist and put that man in jail. Next one. Then, next one. Oh, sorry. Finally, after the man went to jail, the New York scientist, after further research, became convinced that yes, these are two different plants. So how scientists, they change their opinion. Now, because he had one opinion in the early 1970s, a man has to go to jail. The same person in 1976 changed his opinion, but I do not know whether the person got released or not. Next one. How we are learning. Now, Dr. Shirley Tigman, who was the president of Princeton University, suggested instead of doing the very formal way. So now initially everyone learning the basics, and then the middle path, and then the very advanced level when you go to PhD. She was suggesting invert the pyramid. That is, when you reach the college, instead of waiting till PhD, teach the very high level thing in the very beginning. In our opinion, the moment you learn at advanced level, in your first BSc or your second BSc, then you can on your own learn the very basics. This was our approach. When you come to Einstein, someone commented, he was not listening to the teachers. He was interested in doing things but not listening. Now, who is right and who is wrong? Everyone can be Einstein? As I mentioned in one of my panel discussion, some people are self-motivated. Everybody cannot be a Ramanujan. Everybody cannot be a Sir C.V. Raman because they have their own intuition. And I also mentioned in my panel comment, there are always some people who have the inherent ability to understand everything very quickly. Others may take time. If they want, they can learn, but they take time. So what is applicable to Einstein and what is advocated by Shirley Tigman may apply to some situations, may not apply to every situation and to everyone. Next one. This is what I meant by the inverted pyramid. Next one. So now I already mentioned about the inequality in American education. Yes, of course, the poor people. So they didn't have the same advantage of distant learning. Like starting from the March 2020, for about 6 months, there were no classes. Although it affected every student, it affected the medical students very much because they need to be in contact with the patients. The American medical education system is different from somewhat India. In their third year and fourth year of their MD, there is no MBBS here. In their MD program, the third year and fourth year students have spent all their time only in the hospital and learn directly from the patients. Now, if they have to learn things via online course, then that knowledge is not going to be a very sound one. So they were the most affected one for those 6 months. Next one. So now, this is something interesting, maybe of interest to you. Does nature, like a flowing river, does it have its right? In New Zealand, they made officially, they gave legal rights to a river. Something phenomenal, unheard of in the Western world. If the river has legal right, just like a human being, then the question comes, does the river has the right, does it have the right to keep its own water without flowing? That was the question asked by someone. No, it is not an easy answer to answer. So anyway, this is all something to think about. Next one. This is the one that I just now I mentioned, that the New Zealand country gave a legal right to this area. Okay, next one. So now, just a few weeks ago, there was very hot summer along the northwest coast. And when it reached, we still use Fahrenheit. Thousands and thousands of fish face the danger of becoming dead. Then some people took the trouble of transporting the fish from hot water to cool water. This is not only just humanitarian, but also for business industry. What if the fish were to die? Then where is the next question of the rest of the industry? So in both ways, it was the human kindness at the same time meant for the business. Next one. Okay, end of the story. I thank Dr. Prakash and also Dr. Antra Vohra for inviting me and making this talk. I usually, Prakash knows because he was my former student long time ago, 1980-81. I come to India frequently, once in a year or once in 2 years, and teach day-length courses, like 1-day course for 7 hours, 2-day course for 14 hours, 5-day course for 35 hours, like that. I come to India. So all my talks are usually very lengthy. So now, because of the audience and constraint of time, I finish my talk. Thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thanks a lot. I now request our adored Dean, Dr. Sarita Iyer, ma'am, to present the awards to the winners of the Best Paper and Poster competition.
And it is said that the best part of the meal is a dessert. And that's exactly what this is. For the days of hard work put in by people to write papers and create posters, display the ingenuity in themselves, this is the time to reap the rewards of all the work which is put in. The last 2 days has been a tremendous success, and we've had the footfalls of more than 1,000 in KRUPACON 2021. We've had more than 100 papers and posters, which is coming to us from different parts of the globe. And hence, they've been speakers and they've been events. Now, when they are events, but of course, they are winners too. So let me come to the first category, the people from the external academicians and people from the industry. We asked to submit papers on the theme of the conference. And as per these Scopus Index journals, and they did submit their papers, they all went in for the presentation, and the winners for paper presentation in KRUPACON 2021, the first Best Paper Award goes to Mr. Sanju S. Nair. Sanju is a student of first year from the Department of PGDM, Krupanjali Group of Institutions. Sanju, congratulations, and we are so proud of you. Very well done. The second winner in the paper presentation in this particular conference is Professor Ajit Kerkata and Dr. Raghavendra A.N. from Christ College. Congratulations to both the professors for a splendid job done. And the third winner of the paper presentation in KRUPACON 2021 is Miss Pooja Sharma, who's a student, Department of MBA, Krupanjali Group of Institutions. Congratulations to the three winners. Extremely proud. Hard work is recognized, and this is how we recognize the winners at KGI. The next event we had was a poster presentation where people had to prepare a theme and explain how this particular theme was relevant to the theme of the conference. So the winner of the poster competition, the first winner, was the group of Abhimanyu, Akhil, Anujit, Blessy, Chaitra, David, and Nikhil. Congratulations to the first winners. Very, very well done. The second group, the ones who won the second winner of this competition, was Manjunath, Lakshmi Pramod, Navneet Kumar, Tarun Chaudhary, Nandini Reddy, and Srilam Navya. Again, very well done. The team was outstanding, and I think all of you put in a lot of effort. The third team, which wins the third winner in the poster competition, is the team included of Stanley Varghese, Mandara, Shahid, Vinayak, Soni, and Sariga. Once again, from the Department of Management Studies, Krupanjali Group of Institutions, we would like to congratulate all the winners for a beautiful job done. A great amount of work and effort has gone into it, and I think very well done. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Congratulations to all the winners of the poster and the paper presentation competition. I now request Professor Rama Lakshmi ma'am, convener KRUPACON 2021, to propose the vote of thanks.
An ignited mind is the most powerful weapon on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. And this is got through education. Research and innovation are the most profitable investment for the near future. A very good evening to one and all present here. KRUPACON 2021 aimed to provide new ideas regarding the transformations which have taken place across sectors. KGI has always been in the forefront in pioneering change, keeping with the spirit of change in our economy and the challenges faced in the world of business. I, Professor Rama Lakshmi, on behalf of Department of MBA, Krupanjali Group of Institutions, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all of you for gracing your important work and sharing with us your valuable thoughts and opinions yesterday and today. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. A big thank you to the chief guest, Sri Dr. Ashwath Narayan CM, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Karnataka, Minister of Higher Education, Government of Karnataka. I wish to express our sincere thanks to our beloved Chairman, Sir, Dr. Professor Suresh Nagpal, Sir, beloved Chairperson, Mrs. Geeta Nagpal, Madam, Executive Directors, Mr. Akash Nagpal, Sir, and Ms. Neha Nagpal, Madam, Campus Director, Dr. Samuel Paul Isaac, Sir, Academic Director, Professor Rizwan Ali Beg, Sir, our Dynamic Dean, Dr. Sarita Iyer, Ma'am, for their great support and guidance for the successful completion of KRUPACON 2021. My sincere thanks to the eminent speakers, Ms. Anala Padmanabha, Consulting Director, McKinsey & Company, Mr. Pranav Titia, Director, HR Volvo Group Trucks Operations, APAC Region, Mr. Samir Arora, CEO and Founder, Hertz Global and President, Confederation of Real Estate Associates India, Professor James Jordan, President and CEO, Statistics Incorporation and Distinguished Professor, Carnegie Mellon University. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Muralidhar Srinivasaiah, former Vice Chancellor, the University of UT, Mr. Deepak Berchi, Senior Manager, Technology Innovation Center, Corporate, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, Bangalore Bio Innovation Center, Department of IT, BT and SLT, Government of Karnataka, Mr. Chirandan Babra, CEO Udan, a B2B startup, ex-leader, Global Innovation Center, PNG, Mumbai. Mr. Aravind Kulkarni, VP Analytics, Nirman Healthcare and Technologies, Arizona, USA. Dr. K.N. Gandhi, Senior Nomenclatural Registrar, Harvard University, Healthcare, Boston, USA. Dr. Renato Pereira, Professor of General Management, Lisbon, Portugal. Mr. Srikanth Sarathi, co-founder, the Core Question ex-VP Leo Burnett and ex-Creative Director, Walt Disney. My sincere thanks to the track judges, Dr. Surekha Kapoor, Mr. Giridhar Naidu, Dr. Ajita Soundarraj, Professor Rakesh Kiriya. Great thanks to all the paper presenters and poster presenters of this conference. Our sincere thanks to the entire technical team for the smooth functioning of the conference. Big thanks to all my faculty colleagues and student coordinators for their support. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants of both the days of the conference. Once again, I thank you all.